I have Sadashiv Shivanna of the Congress, GS Prashant of the BJP. I'll pose all the tough questions to them. I also have eyewitnesses here who will tell us what they saw last evening right outside. As I mentioned, I spoke to some of the guards as well behind this security gate. But for the moment, there was a cabinet meet here in Bengaluru, and it's concluded, and I have my colleague Deepak Bopanna joining me live. Deepak, what's the update that you can get us from the cabinet meeting? Has there been any clear response from the government? Of course, they said they've ordered a magisterial inquiry. There were emotional comments from the Deputy Chief Minister, not wanting to play the blame game. What's the outcome of that cabinet meet? Deepak Bopanna, will try and get back to you in a bit once your line is through. There was a cabinet meet that just concluded, we believe, a short while ago in Bengaluru. It's a usual cabinet meet, but of course, the key focus of it was the tragedy yesterday. Several important questions that need to be raised as well. Let's play some of the political reactions before we go across to Deepak Bopanna again and get the update on the cabinet meet. Let's play some of the political reactions from earlier in the day, including the one from the Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivkumar.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Cricket is a religion of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
Well, Deepak Bopanna, I believe we can go across to you. Tell us if you have an update from that cabinet meeting, Deepak. Has it concluded?
Well, Veera, most of the ministers have just stepped out of the cabinet. What I'm picking up from my sources here is that the cabinet had a very in-depth discussion about the stampede. Right now, they're trying to ascertain what exactly happened. They've pulled some information. As we speak, just a while ago, the DG IGP of Karnataka, Mr. Salim Ahmed, the Commissioner of Bengaluru, Mr. Dayanand, all of them have been called inside. I'm told that there could be action initiated against police officials if they found that there was some sort of a lacuna on their part. Apart from that, a sequence of events is what they're trying to ascertain. When did the stampede happen? And before the stampede, what was the situation? Who was manning these gates? After the stampede, did the police officials, ensure that this was communicated, that there was a possibility of another stampede, a death had occurred or injuries had occurred to the seniors? Because, while the event was happening in Vidhan Sauda, there was a stampede-like situation already at the Chinnaswamy. So was there a possibility that the event in Chinnaswamy altogether could have been cancelled? Because there was a possibility as well that there could have been a disaster again. So these are all aspects that they are looking into. If they find that the officials who are manning these gates were at fault, then there would be action initiated against them, is what I'm told. They're also looking at the role of the KSEA, the RCB franchise, the DNA event management company as well in this. Now, these are multiple layers. One, there is a magisterial inquiry. There's an FIR right now. Of course, we had just on NDTV put out the FIR first, and that's another very important aspect in the FIR. Now, let me in fact take you through some of those details there as well. They've said that despite no permission being granted, KSEA, DNA Networks, and RCB franchise went ahead with the event. This is something that the FIR mentions because they are the main people who've been named as the accused in the FIR, as well as criminal negligence has been booked and an investigation is going to be taken forward. They're also saying that they failed to provide proper facilities to manage crowd entry even after being warned by the police. RCB social media account repeatedly posted about free passes at the stadium gates, further encouraging fans to gather. Another important aspect, police had already deployed maximum available resources which prevented an even greater tragedy. So the police here clearly are saying we did our best, washing their hands off, and now passing the buck onto the RCB franchise, onto the KSEA, and even the DNA event management company.
Right. Thanks very much, Deepak, for that update. I think this evening there are multiple questions to be raised. 10, as I promised at the start of the show. 10 questions that we think could help decipher who is to blame and who is to take the blame. Perhaps collective could be the final conclusion, but we'll start with the first question that we are having here today. Who pushed for the event in a hurry? That's the key question, because most people have said a hurried event of this nature was a recipe for disaster? Was it players needs that forced the event in such a hurry? That's my first big question this evening. Why did the government allow such an event? Would also be an auxiliary question to that. Sanjay Sahai, as a police officer, 6 to 8 hours, 7 a.m. in the morning, we believe from police sources that the tweets are already, the posts on social media are already out saying that this is going to be a victory celebration here. Is it enough time for the police force to get its act together? Do you believe that it was all done in too much hurry first?
See, first question first, as to who decided upon it. So we still don't know who decided, whether KSCI decided or IPL decided or the government decided. And your question starts with who forced this event. I don't think anybody can force an event on the state government, and if it is somebody tries to force, I think it should not be taken also, because the final responsibility will come of the security will come on the state government, which I see which is already happening. With regards to the time required for organizing something of this nature from a security point of view, 6 to 8 hours is certainly not sufficient time. There has although been some issues coming in the public domain that the police were not very inclined. So there is nothing to authenticate that. But suffice to say, when we were unaware of as to what the events would be, there are lots of smaller part of the events which were cancelled, inclusive of, I think, some road show between Vidhan Sauda and this stadium, which is at our back. When the event will happen and what will be the numbers? What do you require in an event from a security point of view? So you need to know the location. You need to know how many people will congregate. They will come from which place. What will be the access? In case of an eventuality of this nature, what is the crisis management? I don't think there's sufficient time to get into any of this. Additionally, if you really want to do it in 6 to 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, then it will be a different nature of an arrangement, and that we did not see yesterday.
You're making an important point. It had to be a different nature of an arrangement. Sadashiv Shivanna, the key question that's been raised since last evening has been, was it done in a hurry? Did the government rush in with the event and allow it to play out and hence ended in a tragedy?
First and foremost, Raghav sir, no amount of assurances, no amount of condolences, no amount of public dialogue or debate will bring back the lives that were lost, right? And we are extremely disheartened that a celebration of joy and happiness was eclipsed by this tragic stampede. Now, insofar as the Congress party is concerned, our stand is unequivocal that no celebration is worth the loss of human lives, right? Every security protocol at a public event are being strictly reviewed, and it will be strictly enforced in the near future. That is the stand of the Congress party as well as the state government. Insofar as the celebrations are concerned, prima facie
Hang on. I asked you a question and I'll get to other questions. Was it done in a hurry? Is there a regret that it was done in a hurry?
Let me answer that. A prima facie investigation reveals three things. One, that the RCB enforced or came with a rushing hurry on the account that certain overseas players were returning back to their home state or their respective countries. Number one. Number two, RCB management, they issued a public statement, took out to social media that tickets are free for everybody, knowing fully well that Chinnaswamy can host only 33,000 people. Apart from that, you know, the manner in which the gates were opened on a regular match day, you would have seating accommodation start from 1 p.m. But here, in a tearing hurry, the management as well as the KSCA opened up the gates. Now, all these concerns will come out in a thorough and detailed investigation.
Why did the government then have the event? I'll come back to you. GS Prashant, are you satisfied with this answer that RCB pushed for the event? They opened the gates in a hurry. That's the response from the Congress spokesperson.
What else can you expect from Congress? They have never owned up responsibility for any of their failures. History suggests that Congress will never accept their mistakes. Let's not get on to what mistakes Congress has committed for the past 75 years. That list is too long to go on. Now, how can RCB or somebody force the government to say, I want to do this event? And can RCB force a felicitation on the steps of Vidhan Sauda? Is it permissible? Which means who's running the government here? Which means Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar, what are they then? Listening to private franchisee owners to decide that they will have a felicitation even on the steps of Vidhan Sauda? It is this chief minister's tweet which while congratulating RCB, said that they are felicitating them on the grand steps of Vidhan Sauda and that he welcomed everybody to the event. So therefore, once the CM has welcomed everybody in a public tweet, people obviously will congregate, and the security probably was at its lowest. They have not made any arrangements for it. No amount of barricading, no route supervision. So therefore, this was a man-made recipe for disaster, and I can say it is a state-sponsored murder of innocent cricket-loving fans.
Quick response, Sadashiv, before I go to my guests online.
I just want to expose the hypocrisy of the BJP. 1 second. Early in the morning, RCB tweeted that 7 a.m. we will conduct an open bus rally. What did the BJP tweet? Ask them. They tweeted that you must allow it when the Congress government, in consultation with the police officials, Chief Minister, Home Minister, stated in anticipation of an event such as this one, we stated public rally will not be allowed. What did the BJP say? No, it is disheartening, it is dishonoring to the RCB fans and the players that you will not permit such an incident. Few hours later, they're playing politics over dead bodies. That's what we expect from the BJP.
Okay, you both have made your point. I've given you that. I'm just wanting a yes or no answer. Event was hurried. Yes or no?
The event was naturally hurried and we all take collective responsibility, but do not pull it.
Event was hurried.
Event was hurried.
Event was hurried.
Definitely hurried, no question about it.
And you supported it at the time?
Vida, let me tell you, once you want a victory parade, the reason is if you have a parade from say HAL airport to Chinnaswamy Stadium, people will congregate at different places. It will not lead to 2 lakh people in Chinnaswamy Stadium. You will have had 5,000 people in each junction.
We'll get to the other points. Everyone agrees that the event was hurried, and in fact, all observers say that that's perhaps the key question. Who allowed that hurry is the more important question. Let me go across to former India cricketer Dilip Doshi, who's joining me on Zoom as well. Mr. Doshi, you know, cricket is a religion, as we say in India. The frenzy was to be perhaps enjoyed and expected. But do you think that there is often the players' priorities and their celebrations that seem to be more important than other concerns? Everything else revolves around having the stars at the right time.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me on the program. I'm really, really sad to learn what has gone on, and my heart goes out to the family of all the people, all the children, and all the people who have lost their lives. And really, I mean, I offer a prayer. Now, coming back to the question, I'll talk to the cricketer first. I think the cricketers here have never asked that a parade be held or they should be the prime heroes in this. Of course, cricketers are loved by millions. And during my times, I have gone through the being honored by a lot of fans. But now you look at this thing. Everything has become show business. The entertainment is so huge. It's a huge industry now. So when RCB won after so many years of wait, it is understandable that there will be a frenzy of fans. And the news that the cricketers may appear themselves is also very exciting for the children. So now I break it in 2 parts. I'm a parent and I'm a grandfather as well. So I look at it like this. I would like every family to teach their children that we need to honor ourselves first. Nothing is bigger than yourself. You may love, you may admire a cricketer, a film star, whatever it is. But I think you must not put yourself below anybody else. Right. So what happens in our country is we are emotionally so struck and so bound. That's why sometimes lose the sense of being ourselves. So my real request to all the parents, and I know it's a difficult time, to instill in every child the self-respect and self-belief. After that, you may admire somebody, you may do whatever you want. Of course, I do not know politically or organization-wise what went wrong. I have been listening to this, so obviously it's a multiple of questions. Pardon? Sorry, did you?
You're bringing another dimension to this conversation. Important point that you make there. Let me go across quickly because you say that to Soumi De Sarkar, who's an RCB fan as well. Somewhere Soumi De Sarkar fans should also take responsibility for the frenzy that they play out, for the frenzy that they unleash, if I can say so, when they want to get into a stadium. Swami?
Absolutely. And you know, I say this as someone who has really loved this game deeply for as long as I can remember. I understand the passion, the pride, everything, the frenzy that goes around it. We always relive these iconic moments. We honor this game's rich legacy. But this blind, unquestioning worship, this just doesn't help anyone. Because far too often, you know, we the fans, we though are the soul of the sport, we are reduced to just a number. We are often overlooked, we are taken for granted. So it's also a lot of responsibility on our side to understand how much of frenzy, how much of this uncontrolled celebration is something that we should be really indulging ourselves into. We have seen this multiple times, like even as a matter of fact, as a fan, I mean, leave aside this incident which has been extremely tragic and the grief cannot be imagined. I mean, I cannot even start to imagine what the families are going through sitting so far away. But, you know, even when we go to a stadium these days, is it the best of the situations? Is it the best of the facilities that the fans are given? Though the fact that it is this frenzy of the fans that gives this game this privilege of being so cash-rich.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's also a lot of our responsibility that comes into the picture.
It's an important point, and you've conceded to the fact that the fans should be responsible as well. The next big question, and this is the third big question that the fourth big question that I'm asking this evening. Was the event announced without permissions? Was the event announced without permissions? And it's an important question which is likely to become a point of contention. Before I get back to my political guests and Sanjay Sahai, I have somebody here who was there yesterday at this place. You were also there right here at this place, sir. I was also right here at this place. आपको पता था कि क्या होने वाला था? Was there any clarity that you had as to what was going to unfold here? Did you know about the events that were going to play out? What did you witness here yesterday when you were standing?
सबसे पहले मैं उन 11 अपने भाई बहनों को श्रद्धांजलि देना चाहता हूं। उन परिवार को मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनको हिम्मत दे। और दूसरी बात इतना कहना चाहता हूं, जब इस माहौल पे मैंने देखा था, ये ऐसा माहौल था जिसकी कल्पना मैं नहीं कर सकता था। ये मेरे सोच से बाहर था। जब मुझे मेरे घर से मालूम पड़ा कि मेरा बेटा भी यहाँ आया हुआ है इस सेलिब्रेशन को देखने के लिए, तो वहाँ पर मोबाइल के नेटवर्क वगैरह लभी सब स्लो हो चुके थे। तो मैंने इमीडिएट अपने बेटे से कांटेक्ट किया। उन्होंने बोला, पापा आई एम इन फ्रंट ऑफ द स्टेडियम, देयर इज अ ह्यूज क्राउड। मैं बोला, बेटा कम बैक, सिचुएशन इज नॉट बैड, गुड। तो मैंने अपनी बेटी से कहा, बेटा प्लीज़ ट्राई टू कॉन्टैक्ट योर ब्रदर, ही इज 25 ईयर्स ओल्ड। तो उन्होंने कांटेक्ट किया। वो इमीडिएट जब मैंने उनको डांटा, फ़ोन में डांटा, मैसेज में डांटा।
ये कितने बजे? ये
4:30 बजे की बात है। तब तक सिचुएशन पूरा आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल हो चुका था। मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है, हमने 11 भाई बहन को खोया है। 4:30 बजे पहली कैजुअलिटी होती है, उसके बाद दिखाया जाता है कि विधानसभा के ऊपर खड़े होकर राजनेता अपने परिवार के साथ,
क्रिकेटर भी तो खड़े,
क्रिकेटर भी खड़े थे। क्रिकेटर की मैं गलती इसलिए नहीं बोलूंगा, उनके अपने राजनेता अपने परिवार के साथ, एमएलए, चीफ मिनिस्टर इनवाइटेड, डीसीएम इनवाइटेड, और जो बड़े बड़े मिनिस्टर, एमएलसी, एमएलए बैठे थे, अपने परिवार के साथ वहाँ सेल्फी ले रहे थे। और डेथ होने के बाद सबने अपनी अपनी सेल्फी को ट्विटर, इंस्टाग्राम में डाला है। शर्म नहीं आती है? 11 आदमी की लाशें पड़ी हुई है और आप सेल्फी बना रहे हैं।
Important point that you're making there. Syed Asad Abbas is also here. He was walking by and he's joined us, a noted Bengalurian. You heard the sentiment that's out there. Why did the celebrations go on? We'll get to that question, but the fact is that there seems to have been total confusion. What's the sense that you got?
As a Bangalorean, I'm completely gutted today, absolutely gutted, and I can't be more. I do understand the gentleman who spoke before me. Emotions are on high. 18 years it took Bengaluru. The joy turned into pain and sorrow. It is absolutely unfortunate. I've always believed if there is power, there needs to be accountability, and accountability needs to be fixed. There needs to be a responsibility taken. Heads must roll. There needs to be resignations. We Bangaloreans are today heartbroken, devastated and shattered. We need answers. We need action.
Answers. So let me find the answers to the question that I have just raised. Was the event announced without permissions? Did the organizers announced the event without permissions? Because one of the points that's been made, and we will come to why it was allowed, but the fact is that do organizers in an event of this nature think that it's their right to have an event of this nature? How much of responsibility would you put on RCB and KSEA as well?
Veera, firstly, we have to get to the root of the matter as to who organized it. If an event is being organized on the steps of Vidhan Saudha, can it be RCB wanting an event on Vidhan Saudha? No. The Vidhan Saudha event was planned by the CM and DCM because all the family members of the politicians were there, busy in photo operations, which means, and going by the CM's tweet inviting everybody for the felicitation, it was a state-sponsored event, and other parties to it might have agreed, saying that yes, you are felicitating a team, RCB is part of it. If KSEA, the stadium belongs to them, KSEA would have agreed. So the primary responsibility and the buck will stop with Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar and the non-existent Home Minister Parmeshwara, which has led to this murder of 11 cricket fans.
All right, you've reiterated that point. Even if it was announced, as you say, without permission, Sadashiv Shivanna, the problem is that it was organized only with permissions by the government. That's where everybody is pointing to the top of the political leadership.
No, it is an admitted fact that, of course, RCB, a team that we all follow and cherish, wins an IPL title after 18 years. The state government is well entitled to felicitate them, right? But how should it be done? What should be done? The RCB announced free tickets. The RCB announced an open bus parade without any permission from the police, no police not. Then immediately, in consultation with all the officials, we thwarted it in anticipation of an occurrence or of a stampede such as this. But let me be very clear, Raghav sir, heads will roll. We will hold every single person accountable. It doesn't come as a surprise that the BJP is just pointing fingers. One second. It doesn't come as a surprise to me that. One second, let me finish. Heads will roll. We will hold everybody who's accountable. We will fix responsibilities. Everything is underway. Even if it is a member of the government who is held responsible, we will take action against them.
You've said that Sanjay Sahai. How?
Just a small rebuttal. Going by Congress's track record, they will want to hold the security guard of KSEA for letting opening the gate. They will ultimately say
BJP's track record.
They will ultimately say.
Hang on. Let's not. I don't want this to become a slanging match because that doesn't get us any answer. Sanjay Sahai, how much of a role would police have actually had in terms of their inputs being taken? Because some senior police officers I spoke to said that it was they who said the victory parade should not have happened. They said they wanted the event on a Sunday, which is the smarter way to do it. They also said that the government buckled under pressure from RCB and said we have to go ahead with these events. How does it work inside the force? Very briefly.
Actually, all the stakeholders, they were trying to extract their pound of flesh. So it starts from there. And when it comes to the police, I think it is a well-known fact that if the government wants, things will happen. If the government doesn't want, things will not happen. And all these technical issues are being raised in hindsight to cover some tracks which are there in a very, very visible manner. So, and the police saying it happened on Sunday or whatever. So that is also an alibi. Either you agree or you don't agree. And the point is, what I have seen all throughout that policing slowly has gone to the political class and the powers that be, and even police has started believing that whatever the government says, that is policing.
Yeah, you are saying whatever the government says, that is policing, irrespective. We'll get to you, Syed. Just give me a bit. Let me just put through the other questions that I have. As I mentioned to you at the start, 10 questions, and let's pull up all the questions that we have so far. The first question was, who pushed for the event in a hurry? Was it players' needs that forced the hurry? Was event announced without permissions? Was there FOMO or euphoria, on missing out on the euphoria from the government? Why did they allow the event in the hurry? These are questions that we posed to the government, and that's important. Was 2 events necessary? And I want to come to this question next, which is an important one. Were 2 events necessary in one evening? Sanjay Sahai, from a police force point of view, when you have two events of the nature we had yesterday, one in Vidhan Sauda and one here in close proximity, within 6 hours of time, with no time to prepare, how much more stress does it put on the police force? Do you believe ultimately that's where the mistake was?
Who decided that there should be two events? So everybody was trying to extract their pound of flesh. The government wanted to, I think, basically bask in reflected glory. And that is what was happening in Vidhan Sauda. And RCB, which got a chance after 18 years, they wanted to flex their muscles in a very celebratory mode that the country, Karnataka and Bangalore would remember for all times to come. There was nobody who was doing the planning. That's the real problem. Deciding is a very simple issue.
Deciding is the simple issue. There was no real planning. Before I come back to my guests who are here, and some of them have really made charged emotional points, which one has heard across the city in terms of the tragedy that happened. But there are several important questions as well that still need to be raised. Let's just listen into some of the eyewitnesses and the political reactions that we had from earlier in the day before we come back to our panel right here and to those who've joined us online.
ಒಂದು 4:30 ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ, 4:30 ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕ್ರೌಡು 20% ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಒಳಗಡೆ 80% ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಗೇಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, 50 ಜನ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. 50 ಜನದಲ್ಲಿ 20 ಜನ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬೀಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ತುಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಜನ. ಇವಾಗ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಹೆಂಗಂತಂದರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಂದನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು 10% ಇವಾಗ ಸಾವು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿರೋದು. ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು 10% ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ
ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸರಿ ಇರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ.
ಹೌದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅಂದರೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ.
ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಥರ ಫ್ರೀ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ.
ಈ ಥರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ
ಈ ಥರ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು.
This is Manoj, who was there at the Chinnaswamy, outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium yesterday, wanting to watch the celebrations. What he says that the crowd was immense there. The gate was being opened for a minute and then 50 people were rushing in, wherein many of them were just falling and people were just not aware of what is happening. They were stepping over each other, and he says that the management could have been better. The police failed to control what was happening because of the magnitude of it, and he said that if there was better management and if they knew better of the kind of arrangements that have been made, they would have never made it out. And some of his friends also had some small injuries happening to them. Brother-in-law अभी वो कैसे है, उनका क्या कंडीशन है और क्या हुआ उनके साथ कल?
नहीं, एक्चुअली वो गए थे वहाँ पे, सब मिल के, सब उन लोग फ्रेंड लोग के साथ में गए थे, बट वहाँ पे कंट्रोल चूक गया. पुलिस वगैरह सब थे, उसके बावजूद भी कंट्रोल चूकने के बाद ये हादसा हुआ. उतना कुछ मेजर ये नहीं है, माइनर इशू है, थोड़ा ठीक हो जाएंगे. ऑलरेडी आज डिस्चार्ज भी हो जाएंगे, जो भी है रिकवर भी हो चुके हैं. वो वहाँ पे अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो नहीं होना था वो हो गया, बस उतना ही. कंट्रोल नहीं हुआ ना, वो हिसाब से हुआ है. और कुछ हाँ थोड़ी बहुत लगी है, बस उतना ही.
Must be a difficult time for you, given that there was so much joy. It was all organized in eagerness, and then it all turned into a tragedy.
See, I can't express the pain what I'm suffering. We never expected this would happen. But the entire state was watching this event. We are very sorry. I don't want to find fault with some others or politicalize this issue, what BJP and JDS is doing. But we have to rectify what has went wrong. It is our bound duty. At the same time, the family is our family. All of them, they are part of our family. We are very much disturbed on this issue. We will join with them on all occasions on this grief. So some court issue is already going on. Let me reply to speak to you later. I have a cabinet meeting on this issue and other issues are there. We have cancelled all our programs. The pain is, I can't express the pain what we are suffering.
It's been a truly terrible incident in Bengaluru, in your state. Your first reactions on this? I know you were abroad, you were on a different mission altogether, and as you came back, this terrible incident reported from Bengaluru. Your first word on that? You've already seen the government, order a magisterial inquiry and, answer some of those questions. But what is your take on that?
It's so unfortunate. It's so tragic. People of Bangalore did not have a choice did not get any chance to rejoice. RCB Bangalore gave them a chance to rejoice. But this government, Siddaramaiah-led government, like the way they behaved in the last 2 years, even in this joyous occasion where people wanted to celebrate, people wanted to rejoice the victory of their city's team, this government got into the spectacle and created a tragedy. It's a created tragedy. It's a manufactured tragedy. Government cannot walk away from this responsibility. They cannot shirk away from this responsibility. Accountability has to be fixed because in a city like Bangalore, when you have a separate commissionerate for Bangalore, you have a police commissioner, entire thing is there. This could have been easily preempted. It is not something which couldn't have been preempted. The previous night there were celebrations in the city, and the next day I don't know who planned the entire thing. The DCM has an event in front of Vidhan Sauda creating a mockery of the whole thing, and we have innocent people dying today in Bangalore, and the government is given another reason. It will be a haunting thing for Bangaloreans.
The tragedy unfolded, the politics plays out, the questions have been raised, but we still don't have answers. We'll take a very short break on the show at the moment, but when we come back, I'll revisit all those 10 questions that we're raising this evening and put it back to the panel for a quick round of reactions. Back with you in a minute.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड क्लास ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
So these are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information.
Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes
mostly
in to
terms of the information we
NDTV
put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
for
not only
fast,
reporting what's
clear
happening
and
authentically,
credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off in the
NDTV,
sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound like
first.
blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV. First, fast, factual.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is religion of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Pakistan defeated Mission Sindoor on.
बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला है. उन्होंने बहुत स्पष्ट कहा कि हम आतंकवाद का विरोध करते हैं.
India's biggest anti-terror diplomacy.
Everyone had tried the level best to put forward India's case.
We communicated to them that Pakistan has been nurturing, promoting and nourishing terrorism.
As MP teams return from the mission.
जीरो टॉलरेंस अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म, ये जो मैसेज है ये पूरे दुनिया तक लेके जाए, अलग अलग देशों तक लेके जाए.
Every MP first on NDTV. NDTV first on every Sindoor frontline.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Welcome back to this special edition of the Southern View, an hour long, and we are raising 10 key questions that we think should be answered to fix responsibility and perhaps learn lessons from the tragedy that unfolded right where I'm standing last evening. Not just here, all the gates. These are all, as I called it at the start of the show, gates of tragedy last evening at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. The 10 questions, and let me just repeat those 10 questions again. Who pushed for the event in a hurry? Was it players' needs that forced the hurry? Was event announced without permissions? Was there FOMO or on the euphoria from the government? Why did they allow the event in a hurry otherwise? Were two events necessary, one at the Vidhan Sauda and one at Chinnaswamy Stadium, given that there was such limited time to prepare? Did the police have time to prepare? And obviously not, from the consequences that we saw last evening. Whose responsibility was it to barricade at this venue? Because remember, barricading is a crucial question, and that's a question I'll take up in just a bit with Sanjay Sahai. Whose responsibility was it to barricade and ensure the crowds were properly organized out here and had a place to walk through to form queues? And finally, was too much force at Vidhan Sauda and very less at the stadium? Because that's the other event that played out there. Fortunately, no untoward incidents there. Sanjay Sahai, before I close the show and go to my final question, which I think is perhaps the most important of all this, that's the 11th question. Whose responsibility is it to barricade? We are in an arterial road. Yesterday there was complete traffic on this road. Whose responsibility is it to barricade and ensure that the crowds have a clear line to follow and enter?
I think all of us know it's the responsibility of the police, the agency which is there to provide security and give bandobast arrangement to any event, maybe a cricket event or you're doing any event of the nature which we had yesterday. So regarding that, there is absolutely no doubt.
But
the issue comes, did they even plan for it? Was there time to do the planning? And the most
How long does it take to barricade for an event like this?
It all depends the way you take it on yourself. A Prime Minister's visit can be done in 6 hours to 8 hours. If you have decided to get the resources, you can get the resources. The state has all the resources. And if today you ask for a rapid action force, I don't think the central government can deny a rapid action force to you. It will be made available to you. It is basically laxity. It is laxity, it is negligence, and it is, I think they were in a very, very festive sort of a fervor that everything will go on fine. When you don't know how many people will come, as per a very candid confession that 50,000 were expected. What you will do with the barricading if you do a barricading for 50,000 people? You are talking of a barricade which happens in cricket matches. That will not be...
You expected a cricket match, you didn't expect a sea of humanity. Sadashiv Shivanna, final question, irrespective of what may be the facts, the final responsibility lies with the government. Before I go to the 11th question, which I think is the most important for this evening.
We take utmost responsibility, and as I started off by saying, those 11 lives that are lost cannot be brought back. That is the harsh reality. Insofar as redressal mechanisms are concerned, one, an FIR has been registered by Cubbon Park Police Station. Investigation is underway. Number two, we have the Honorable Chief Minister who via an order directed a magisterial inquiry which will conduct the investigation in a time-bound fashion of 15 days. Number three, the Honorable High Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the issue, and the Advocate General put forth a statement of facts and truth, ensuring that the statistics are out. How many police officials were employed? On a regular match, you would have about 500 officials. On this day, we had 1,500 police officials employed. Despite this, lack of communication, lack or a tearing hurry in which the ceremony was conducted, everything will be held accountable. And Raghav sir, let me tell you, heads will roll, irrespective of who it is, whether they belong to our party or not. We will take collective accountability and sack everybody.
Heads will roll, you say. Heads will roll. He says we will wait for seeing who is going to be fixed with the blame for it, whether it is going to be a lowly police officer or is it going to be at the top of the leadership. Whoever is going to be responsible, we'll see for that. But my final question, and I think this is the most important, stampedes are a reality in India. This is not the first one that we've seen, but will it be the last? Will we ever learn our lessons? And finally, even when the stampede was on and the tragedy had unfolded, celebrations were still on from fans, the politicians, and everybody else. Should that have been curtailed? I'm going to go one final round with my last question. Will we learn anything from a stampede, or is it chalta hai? One more will happen another day. We will all fight, we will tweet, we'll post on X, we will argue, and we'll forget it.
I think Bangaloreans truly are heartbroken today. I think we must learn from this. Prevention is better than cure. I think if the police, the administration, all of them are very serious about the deaths, they need to take measures and control. The fact of the matter is our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Siddaramaiah ji, chose not to come to Chinnaswamy Stadium and headed straight to the Bowring Hospital. This speaks volumes of the kind of a leader he is. Also, as a matter of fact, let us understand that 15 days is the ultimatum given. So we Bangaloreans will hold him responsible as to the magisterial inquiry should not just be a shadow. It should come results, and not a low-lying officer, but somebody who really matters. Also, one last point, Veera, it's sad that we had only 5,000 police officers for 3 to 4 lakh people. Let us understand, largely nationally we are understaffed as police. Police recruitment needs to happen, and let me tell you, we cannot pin the complete blame on police because they are not avengers with superpowers. They are humans like us. So those who hold power must roll their head too.
Yes, there are 2 points. One, firstly to say that a magisterial inquiry is ordered. It is not enough because a district magistrate will report to this Chief Minister. We would require an inquiry or something by a sitting High Court judge wherein they can summon the Chief Minister if required. A DM will not. And moreover, to say that Siddaramaiah was compassionate, definitely not. They've announced 10 lakhs compensation, so be it. But just recall when a so-called Karnataka elephant trampled somebody in Kerala. Siddaramaiah announced 25 lakhs compensation to the man who was trampled by an elephant, apparently belonging to Karnataka. But for the loss of life here, this man has announced 10 lakhs.
I'm running out of time. I asked.
He's announced 10 lakhs. And for an elephant stampede, he announces 25 lakhs because it happens to be the constituency of Congress First Family.
My final question, will we learn from this tragedy? Do you believe as a society we learn? Because stampedes are a reality whether any part of India, irrespective of which government is in power.
See, society will definitely change. They will know what the tragedy has taken place, and citizens would definitely be aware next time. But the buck will stop with the government, whose duty is to ensure, provide proper security and governance to the people.
क्या हम कुछ सीखेंगे? Will we learn anything?
As a common आदमी के हिसाब से मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा, सेलिब्रिटियों के पीछे भागना छोड़ दो। जब भी आप घर से निकलो तो पहले अपने माँ बाप बहन भाई का चेहरा देखो। ये बसें भेजते हैं, इलेक्शन में बसें भेजते हैं, खाने की तैयारी करते हैं, 10-10 बसें भेजते हैं। इनके लालच में मत पड़ो, ये सिर्फ तुम्हें इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। जब भी घर से निकलो अपने माँ बाप का चेहरा देख कर निकलना।
All right, emotional point there, Sanjay Sahai. My last question, and I'm not very optimistic about the answers. Tragedies.
How many of the governments in this country even understand what is crowd management, and how many of them are interested in crowd management, and what is the purpose of government and political parties is not to understand crowd management, governance, and to deliver a nature of crowd management which will sort out this matter. From Hathras till today, I think nearly 6 to 7 major crowd mismanagements leading to deaths have happened. Had we learned there, and every single time we said that we will learn, had we learned there, Bangalore wouldn't have happened.
Bangalore wouldn't have happened had we learnt there. Will we learn from here to make sure another event in another city doesn't happen of this nature? It's a question to all of us, to the police, to the government, to society, to fans, to everyone who's in a crowd. That's all we have time for on the show this evening. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Car ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Namaskar, India. India's Gaganyatri ready to go to space.
As Indian astronaut preps for launch, countdown to Indian history in space. A nation waits with breath held.
Now take a breath and hold.
Our man in an astronaut squad. First step to India's own Gaganyaan. NDTV steps into historic orbit. Naya Bharat to infinity and beyond.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9.
India's cosmic leap.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to India Matters on Thursday night. It's been a military month. It's been a military couple of months since Operation Sindoor, and I'm sure this is a fighter aircraft that has been on the tip of everyone's tongue. I don't even have to name it, and you already know which one I'm talking about. And the reason I'm leading with this particular combat aircraft tonight is because one of the biggest announcements about this aircraft has just been made, and it could be a game changer as far as India is concerned. It has taken 15 years, billions in investment, and a roller coaster of politics. But the Rafale story, that's the aircraft I'm talking about, in India, has entered perhaps its most important chapter. Dassault Aviation, the French company that makes the Rafale, and India's own Tata Group have signed a landmark agreement today to begin manufacturing virtually the entire Rafale aircraft's body or its airframe right here in India, including the fuselage locally. That's right, for the first time outside of France. This is not just an industrial milestone, it is a strategic breakthrough. From this point forward, India is no longer just a buyer of Rafale jets, it is a partner literally in building them. Not just for India, but for other customers who may buy the Rafale as well. This deal signed today means future Rafale upgrades, modifications and customizations for both the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy, which has also recently ordered the jet, can potentially be done on Indian soil. It also means that Indian-built fuselages of the Rafale may soon be powering jets flying in the skies of other countries. India becomes a global node in the Rafale supply chain. Now zoom out and look at the journey that actually got us here. In 2010, Rafale won the Indian Air Force's massive 126 fighter contest of the Indian Air Force. But price log jams and policy delays stalled that deal and stopped it from ever taking off. Cut forward 5 years, in 2015, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced in Paris that India would directly procure not 126 but 36 Rafale fighters directly from France. The following year, the deal was signed for a staggering 58,891 crore rupees. Then came political turbulence in 2019, you remember that? Rahul Gandhi called it a scam. The Rafale became a national political talking point. But by 2020, the first Indian Rafale was delivered to the Indian Air Force. Within weeks, those Rafales were deployed to Ladakh as tensions with China had begun to escalate. Their impact was clear and visible. In 2023, the Rafale defeated the F-18 in the Indian Navy's separate contest for a carrier-based fighter which would be deployed on India's aircraft carriers. In 2025, the Navy ordered 26 Rafales for 63,000 crore rupees just a few weeks ago. That same year, this year, Rafales flew their first combat missions in, you've guessed it, Operation Sindoor, marking their debut in Indian warfighting history. And now today, Dassault and India's Tata have brought the Rafale to Indian shop floors, or they intend to in just a few months from now. And the impact is massive. Future Navy Rafales for the Indian Navy may actually fly with Indian-made fuselages. In fact, they definitely will. The Rafale gains serious edge in the Air Force's upcoming but long-delayed contest to buy and build 114 fighters here in India in what is called the multi-role fighter aircraft contest. Indian-made components could reduce costs for future aircraft acquisitions. Indian-built fuselages of the Rafale could be exported. Thousands of jobs, some of them very high specification aerospace jobs, will be created in Hyderabad and elsewhere. And Rafale fighter upgrades can now be done right here in India. More than anything, this is a powerful statement of India's shift from dependence to partnership, from buyer to builder, from operator to originator. The Rafale story is no longer just about jets in the sky. It's about control, capacity, and confidence on the ground. And I want to introduce now someone who has not only flown the Rafale, but flown aircraft made by the same company. Air Marshal Anil Chopra is a veteran Indian Air Force fighter pilot. He was one of the original pilots as a young fighter pilot. He was one of those who ferried the Rafale's older cousin, the Mirage 2000 fighters from France, back to India. So he knows a thing or two about Rafale, about self-reliance, about French technology, and what today's partnership between Dassault and Tata really means. Air Marshal Chopra was also, until not very long ago, Director General of Center for Air Power Studies. Air Marshal Chopra, good evening. Thank you very much for being with us. A very, very big announcement today by two giant companies, Dassault and India's Tata. And this is not about some small parts or some small aerostructures, Air Marshal Chopra. We're talking about entire fuselage sections of the Rafale in the foreseeable future. All of them will be built right here in India.
Yeah, Shiv, I think, can you see the glee on my face?
Yeah, I can.
I'm excited, not because I was a pioneer of the Mirage 2000 fleet, as you mentioned, but I think this is something very good that has happened to this country. The Indian Air Force bought 36 Rafales. I was on the technical oversight committee, high-level committee in 2011 when the final decisions were about to be taken. And I thought we all were convinced, the country was convinced, the Air Force was convinced that it was a great buy, and it's proved itself in 2023 and 2020 in Galwan, and now, of course, in Op Sindoor. France has been a trusted partner. We need to diversify. We've already had one-time India-specific modifications. Navy has already bought 26, 36 are with Indian Air Force. Dassault has already set up the MRO facilities in Jewar. Multiple fighter fleets that Indian Air Force already has. We can't get into another round of 114 MRFAs, and I hope they will happen very soon.
In fact, Air Marshal, I wanted to ask you precisely about that. You know, the Rafale theoretically will be competing against at least 3 other aircraft, including the F-15 Gripen and a couple of others, theoretically speaking. For what we call the MRFA. The MRFA is an Indian fighter contest to choose, one foreign type, 114 of which will be bought and most of them will be built here in India. Since we already have 36 with the Air Force, the Rafale, 26 on order for the Indian Navy, and now, most of the fuselage of the Rafale to be built by no less than the Tata Group here in India, one wonders whether this contest even needs to go through. Is it a foregone conclusion now?
For long, Shiv, I have been writing and I'm saying that, once if the Navy has decided that we're going to go for Rafale M, all the more, there's a good case for Make in India. And now with today's deal, we are actually going to make the entire fuselage. That's a big chunk. And slowly, many subparts, the avionics will get to be made in India. And therefore, I think there's a big game plan unfolding, and I hope it is actually happening in that way, because to make in India, you require decent numbers. 26 of the Navy, and if we join 114 of the Air Force, that's a sizable number, and the numbers will not stop. We will be making in India for the world. The French will find it so much cheaper, easier to make. That's why we'll make it in India. So therefore, in all counts, it's a good decision. And I'm very excited since the afternoon when I came to know that this is going to happen. Yes.
Tell me something, Air Marshal. If the fuselages of the Rafale are made here in India, does that give the Indian Air Force a little more flexibility in terms of, getting into the Rafale, overseeing certain modifications? Does it give the Indian Air Force a little bit more level of control?
Yeah, most certainly, Shiv, that will happen. When you start making the airframe, you will make many subsystems. In each subsystem, you have a control, and there will be that import substitution taking place for all the spares that we are going to do. But I am telling you, it's not only for India, it has win-win for France. The French, the Dassault plant, the order books are chock-a-block. There is a waiting list for 5, 6, 7 years for Rafale orders. And they need to increase production. They had 2 choices. One is to increase production in France. But this gives them another leverage. If they have a huge production facility in India, and I'm sure it's not just the fuselage, many more other things they will prefer to make in India, and it'll be cheaper for them, and they will find a much larger number of customers. So I think it's a win-win, not only for India, which will certainly benefit, but also for Dassault and France as a whole. Yes.
Final question, Air Marshal, is that as a country that has imported a lot of fighters and is now looking to indigenize fighters, whether it is with the Tejas Mark II or the AMCA, there is every hope that this will perhaps be the last sort of quote-unquote imported fighter type that we will be looking at. Is this India's final chance in many ways to get some real know-how from some of these imports? In this case,
honestly, Shiv, as a patriotic Indian, I would like that we should not only make in India, we must design in India. Our LCA Mark II and our AMCA must succeed if we really want to sit on the global high table. But certainly, we have to go through one round. We have been talking to everybody. The other day, the Prime Minister himself had called some of us veterans, and there also we supported the case that, while we certainly require Atmanirbharta, which must be pushed to in all entirety. And mind you, this Make in India Rafale airframe is also part of Atmanirbharta.
Yes.
But for capability building, we have to, for once, get some more fighters. to reduce the gap that's especially with another neighbor. So this 114 aircraft have to come. We have to cut down the time frame. We can't go through another MMRCA type of selection process, which took nearly 6 years. So I think it could be a prelude, I hope, towards that we will perhaps choose 114 MRFAs, and I think it will be a win-win for India, for both Make in India, Atmanirbharta, and for everything else.
And you know, with the kind of high-tech manufacture that will take place, you know, you've flown fighter aircraft, Air Marshal, so you know how complicated these machines are. And you know, building these in India will be a very complicated and detailed exercise. Hopefully, in your view, do you think this will help India in some ways reverse the brain drain? We'll get back some of our engineers, some of our aerospace scientists who otherwise go abroad. They can stay here in India if we're doing such things.
You know, firstly, I must tell you that Tata, along with Lockheed Martin, Boeing, they're already making large number of aerostructures in India of global quality. You know, C-130s, the Apache, the Chinook fuselage is already being made in India. The wings of the F-21 or F-16 for global supplies are being made in India. So here, as far as manufacturing capability is concerned, I think it's well placed. And we are acknowledged globally that we are masters at this. So this part has been already sorted out. So now the next part is that we have to produce these aircraft and leave it to, for the French and for India. It is important that not only must they make in India, if they have a good set of orders from here, and there are many other customers for Dassault which are in the queue. And some of them are friendly to us, and we could be the ones who could actually be supplying them. And future upgrades, the technologies, they will certainly help in our AMCA and LCA Mark II programs, yes.
It's a lot to look forward to, and it's all good news. Let's wait for this to completely fructify. This decision has taken a long time coming, but finally the Rafale will not just be an aircraft that India buys, but an aircraft that India will largely build right here locally in a brand new factory that will be coming up on the outskirts of Hyderabad in a joint venture between Dassault and Tata. Thank you very much, Air Marshal Anil Chopra, for joining us here on India Matters.
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you.
They were young, they were hopeful, they were alive. These are their names tonight, viewer. Divyanshi, 13 years old, a schoolgirl from Andhra Pradesh who had come to Bengaluru with her family to catch a glimpse of her hero Virat Kohli. She died of suffocation and a head injury near the Chinnaswamy Stadium entrance yesterday. Chinmay Shetty, 19 years old, a first-year engineering student and a trained dancer, had little interest in cricket but accompanied her friends to the RCB celebrations yesterday. She never returned. Shivalinga, 17 years old, had just cleared his Class 10 exams. He told his family he was going to collect his transfer certificate, but instead went to the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru. He never came back. Bhumik, 20 years old, a first-year engineering student, went with friends to take pictures for social media. He got separated in the crowd and he collapsed. His friends tried to revive him, but there were no ambulances nearby. Sahana, 25 years old, a software techie from Kolar, left work early with colleagues to join the celebrations near the Chinnaswamy Stadium. She lost her life in the chaos. Akshata, 27 years old from Bengaluru, was among the victims. Manoj Kumar, 18, a first-year college student and son of a Pani Puri vendor, insisted on attending the event with friends, and he never made it back either. Shravan, 20 years old from Bengaluru, was among those who died as well in the stampede. Prajwal, 22 years old, told his family he was heading to Bengaluru for a job interview but went to the event instead. He never returned. Devi, 29 years old, was among the victims. Purna Chandra, 26 years old, a civil engineer from Mandya, had come to attend the RCB fans' greeting event. He became a victim of the stampede. 11 lives, and I've taken all of their names, snuffed out in a celebration that has turned into a tragedy. The average age, an incredible 23. Young India. They had their entire lives ahead of them. This is the 6th stampede that I have personally covered in the last 11 months, my friends. A total of 182 people have died, and yet we simply move on. In fact, we've already moved on. We've moved on from Hathras. We moved on from the stampede in the Kumbh, from the stampede at the New Delhi railway station, from Tirupati, from Goa, from Hyderabad at a cinema event. What chance do Divyanshi, Chinmay, Shivalinga, Bhumik, Sahana, Akshata, Manoj, Shravan, Prajwal, Devi and Purna Chandra have? We will forget them, I guarantee you. Tears today, forgotten tomorrow. Their families will be left alone with their sorrow and a few lakh rupees in compensation. We've already seen pictures of some of the star cricketers of RCB already leave Bengaluru and land in Mumbai. They didn't even wait to go and meet the families. All they did was get the RCB to announce some money as compensation for their fans, people who risked their lives to get a glimpse of their idols. And all we have left is to wait until that next stampede, until the next set of names, and this cycle that is cursed to continue. And I spoke to Karnataka MP Captain Brijesh Chauta about the stampede, about the fallout, about the terrible blame game that has erupted in Karnataka. Here's that conversation. As NDTV brings you the biggest coverage of the Bengaluru Stampede, the loss of 11 lives, the call for accountability and a big focus on the Stampede and its aftermath, we continue to bring you the big voices as well. And joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom is the BJP Lok Sabha MP from Dakshin Kannada in Karnataka, Captain Brijesh Chauta. Captain, welcome. It's been a truly terrible incident in Bengaluru, in your state. Your first reactions on this? I know you were abroad, you were on a different mission altogether, and as you came back, this terrible incident reported from Bengaluru. Your first word on that? You've already seen the government, order a magisterial inquiry and, answer some of those questions. But what is your take on that?
It's so unfortunate. It's so tragic. People of Bangalore did not have a choice to did not get any chance to rejoice. RCB Bangalore gave them a chance to rejoice. But this government, Siddaramaiah-led government, like the way they behaved in the last 2 years, even in this a joyous occasion where people wanted to celebrate, people wanted to rejoice the victory of their city's team, this government got into the spectacle and created a tragedy. It's a created tragedy. It's a manufactured tragedy. Government cannot walk away from this responsibility. They cannot shirk away from this responsibility. Accountability has to be fixed because in a city like Bangalore, when you have a separate commissionerate for Bangalore, you have a police commissioner, entire thing is there. This could have been easily preempted. It is not something which couldn't have been preempted. The previous night there were celebrations in the city, and the next day I don't know who planned the entire thing. The DCM has an event in front of Vidhan Sauda creating a mockery of the whole thing, and we have innocent people dying today in Bangalore, and the government is given another reason. It will be a haunting thing for Bangaloreans.
Siddaramaiah is a chief minister who's held a press conference just shortly after the incident, Captain. He has said, don't politicize the issue. He says, BJP is no one to talk about stampedes. He's taken the example of Hathras, Kumbh, Delhi, etc. and said one should not politicize the issue. How would you respond to that?
See, we are demanding accountability from the government, as simple as that. The chief minister of the state, the government of the day has the responsibility of protecting its citizens. Now, when you have a public event like this, if the government says that we are not prepared for it, we did not know the crowd will be so much. What are they trying to say? Maintaining law and order, maintaining a sense of dignity, maintaining some decorum in the way public events are organized. That is the responsibility of the CM and DCM and the state government. They cannot say, do not politicize. As a responsible opposition party in Karnataka, when today's celebration should have been happened in Bangalore, people would have been rejoicing. They're mourning something. It's so unfortunate and tragic.
And there are documents that have also come to light, Captain, which suggest that the police may not have been in favor of actually allowing such a large crowd. The traffic police also got involved and stopped the plans for a victory procession. But still it went through, suggesting that this was not some last minute issue that shocked the entire system. It was something that may have been waiting to happen.
it only shows the apathy of governance in Karnataka. I mean, this is not the first incident. This is only a tragedy which was waiting to happen in Karnataka. See, something like this, celebration like this happens. First of all, what is the government's role to get involved in the whole thing? It is because the government wanted to create something out of RCB's victory, because they did not give enough reasons for the people of Bangalore to celebrate. They only gave them sorrow. They only gave them sadness in the last 2 years. Now there is a club of Bangalore which has won a cricketing tournament. People were ready to celebrate because of the poor planning and because the government wanted to take credit out of it, because the Deputy Chief Minister wanted to somehow make it feel as if he owns RCB and create something out of it. The mess is created by the government, as simple as that. Now, Siddaramaiah, I heard that Siddaramaiah is ordered for a magisterial inquiry. It is very similar to some inquiry which he ordered for Muda. It's just a cover-up what is happening. We demand accountability from this government. Responsibility has to be fixed. Somebody who created this mess, the head should roll.
The fact is, we are talking about the city of Bengaluru. And, I may be a little biased here because I am also from Karnataka, but Bengaluru is unlike any other city. It is the tech hub of the country. It is an investment center as far as the country is concerned. A huge amount of high-tech industry happens. It is genuinely even more painful to see something like this happening there, in a city which is supposed to be organized, and is supposed to be able to control crowds of this kind.
Yeah, I mean, the Congress has got a habit of putting it on people when they fail. Like in my city of Mangalore, when there is a law and order failure and when there is innocent Hindu Karyakarta being killed, Congress tries to paint coastal Karnataka as communal, a hotbed or a Hindutva laboratory in the negative sense. Similarly, they are trying to place a blame on Bangaloreans, who are the most cultured people, who are very disciplined in that sense. You would not find an incident like this even if some Ganeshotsav is organized by a civil society group. But unfortunately, the government tried to honestly meddle in the whole issue. And you have seen scenes in front of Vidhan Saudha. I mean, we haven't seen scenes like this in Bangalore. Now they're creating a different model of Karnataka. They're trying to paint Karnataka in a bad way. And today they're trying to blame Bangaloreans for the mess they have created.
One final question is, the Siddaramaiah government would say that there is a malicious campaign to somehow tarnish the reputation of the Karnataka Congress government in Bengaluru, and that many of the issues, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is traffic, whether it is flooding, and whether it is crowd management in this case, they say that these things have happened in earlier governments as well. It is time not to politicize, but to put our heads together and try and solve the problem. How would you respond to that? Final question.
See, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar might be concerned about their reputation, Congress's reputation, or earning money through this tenure. But we are very clear. The Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned about Karnataka. Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned about Bangalore. Bangalore and Karnataka cannot see this apathy of governance, lack of development, public services going into a mess, public infrastructure in horrible scenes, and today a law and order situation in Karnataka where innocent people have died for no reason. So we demand accountability from this government. If this is politicization, so be it. But as an opposition party, as a responsible opposition party, we demand answers from the CM and the DCM, and heads must roll. Whoever is responsible for this should pay a price.
Captain Chowta, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV. Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story,
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India tunes in to NDTV.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
For fast, clear and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound
first.
like blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV. First, fast, factual.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to invest in that?
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Pakistan defeated Mission Sindoor on.
बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला है. उन्होंने बहुत स्पष्ट कहा कि हम आतंकवाद का विरोध करते हैं.
India's biggest anti-terror diplomacy.
Everyone had tried the level best to put forward India's case.
We communicated to them that Pakistan has been nurturing, promoting and nourishing terrorism.
As MP teams return from the mission.
जीरो टॉलरेंस अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म, ये जो मैसेज है ये पूरे दुनिया तक लेके जाए, अलग अलग देशों तक लेके जाए.
Every MP first on NDTV. NDTV first on every Sindoor frontline.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The deadly stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium during RCB's IPL victory celebrations yesterday, which claimed 11 lives and injured several others, has now quickly spiraled into a fierce political battle. In fact, this was a celebration that turned into a tragedy. A city that was soaked in pride now is drowned in grief. 11 lives lost, and amongst them, a school student who had just come to the city to collect her transfer certificate, a woman who did not let go of her husband's hand till she collapsed, a techie who was looking forward to getting married, and one thing that united them all, a feeling of pride for the city that had won the IPL title for the first time in 18 years. Now, dozens of people have been injured as well. The government says it expected only 1 lakh people, but almost 8 lakh people turned up for these celebrations. Now, how did the government go so wrong in its judgment when the frenzy was for everybody to see immediately after the win? Now, the State Cricket Association hurriedly organized the celebration despite warnings. The police did not have enough time. The list of excuses that we have heard today seems endless. And now, of course, a political blame game is also erupting over the bodies. The Congress government says the crowd was unprecedented. In fact, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar also broke down while talking to media today, calling the victims all his own. But the opposition BJP has hit hard, calling this a government-manufactured stampede. The party has demanded resignations at the top. There's outrage, there's emotion, but still no accountability, no resignations. And yes, stampedes have happened in this country before. We've seen the same during Mahakumbh and of course at New Delhi railway station, even before that, even in cinema halls, and questions need to be asked every time action needs to be taken. But what happens in Bengaluru should have been expected and also prevented. RCB had just won the IPL title after 18 long years and the buzz was massive. The administration knew, yet it failed. A post by a franchise promised a parade, free passes, limited entry, but where was the crowd control? Who was manning the gates? And why were there lakhs of people left to squeeze through a gate, a single entry point, which was gate 7? All of that also was heard in the court today. So tonight we ask this very important question: who failed Bengaluru, the people of Bengaluru? Is it the government? Was it the police? Or were the organizers responsible for this? And how long will politics keep burying responsibility under condolences messages? Because 11 families want answers today, and so does the city of Bengaluru. Let's first listen in to what D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, said today with regard to this.
Must be a difficult time for you, given that there was so much joy. It was all organized in eagerness, and then it all turned into a tragedy.
See, I can't express the pain what I'm suffering. We never expected this would happen. But the entire state was watching this event. We are very sorry. I don't want to find fault with some others or politicalize this issue, what BJP and JDS is doing. But we have to rectify what has went wrong. It is our bound duty. At the same time, the family is our family. All of them, they are part of our family. We are very much disturbed on this issue. We will join with them on all occasions on this grief. So some court issue is already going on. Let me reply to speak to you later. I have a cabinet meeting on this issue and other issues are there. We have cancelled all our programs. The pain is, I can't express the pain what we are suffering.
MP and also former minister in Karnataka. Thank you, Mr. Sudhakar, for your time. So where exactly do you think the administration misjudged and failed? Because today there was a flurry of messages on what the RCB tweeted or posted on Facebook. Clearly, there should have been far more readiness and preparations, because this is the government and administration is responsible for crowd management, isn't it?
Absolutely. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt condolences to the families of those who have lost their dear sons and daughters as young as 14 years till 29 years. That is the highest age where the individuals died. But I would really like to not politicize this issue. Stampedes we have seen, and stampedes may happen in future. But what happened yesterday is what I would like to bring it to the forum. See, due to the government's muddled planning and disorientation, this kind of a tragedy has taken place in Bangalore. It was a state of higgledy and piggledy, Vasudha. It was a state of higgledy and piggledy. Nobody knew what is happening. See, in the morning I observed at 8:39 a.m. the RCB team posts on Instagram and Facebook that there is going to be a road show from airport. Almost 1.5 million people likes it, and a lot of people say we will be the part of the gathering. Do you think the intelligence and the police department has not taken note on this? Where was the planning? There was no planning. I want to ask few questions to this government straight. Who has advised you to conduct this function within 12 hours after the victory? They finished the match in Ahmedabad at 1 a.m. They have come here at noon, next day, noon 12 p.m. in Wednesday. Within 12 hours, how do you think the police could have managed this? Have you done any closed door meetings with them? Have you planned this kind of a scale? And the Honorable CM says he has never expected it. We have seen on Tuesday night, though the match happened in Ahmedabad, it was such a fanfare.
Right.
So much of bursting of crackers, more than what we witnessed during the Diwali festival. That was the kind of the craze in Bangalore the fans showed towards the RCB's victory.
But
please
Dr.
don't say
Sudhakar,
that you are not aware.
The interesting point here is the police is saying that, we were not given enough time. That's what police sources are telling us.
That is exactly what I want to...
And the state administration is saying that it was Karnataka State Cricket Association that went ahead with this. So I'm wondering, this is an elected government. Shouldn't it have had that final say, that final power of control to say no?
See, I wouldn't agree with the government saying, keeping the blame on KC or RCB. No organization can ever do, even 100 people function without the local permission of the state government. We have run the government. We know how the government functions. So they are now trying to put the blame on either KSCA or they are trying to put the blame on RCB. Please understand the plight. What happened? What was the necessity of doing one program in Vidhan Soda, one program in KSCA? Why not the road show as planned earlier? Or you should have taken 3-4 days time, planned very well. You could have done it on Friday evening or Saturday. So the same IPL, this is not the first season. This is the 18th season. We have 17 years of experience. Chennai has done this. Hyderabad has done this. Mumbai has done this. Nowhere such incidents has taken place.
Right, absolutely.
Even when our Indian team has won the World Cup, when they entered Mumbai, Vasudha, I'm sure you must have seen what kind of crowd Mumbai witnessed that time.
Absolutely.
It was 10 times more than what we witnessed in Bangalore yesterday.
Yeah. So an event like this should have had
now from 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, they're talking about 5 lakh, 8 lakh. I don't know, in a week's time they may say 10 lakhs and 15 lakhs.
Right.
This is all astronomical numbers.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Don't
Sudhakar.
please
I think
mislead.
you've raised a lot
What I really, genuinely, judiciously, if we have to give justice to the parents who have lost their children, I humbly request the government, if you are so responsible, if you are really accountable, you please order for a fair judicial inquiry.
Okay. That's a very
not
fair
less
point.
Not less than the High Court sitting judge.
Okay.
At least the truth will come out. Accountability we have to fix.
Right.
Otherwise, how can you just say it is an unfortunate incident? We didn't know, we didn't expect.
Absolutely, Dr. Sudhakar, you've raised a lot of points. I would like to thank you for your time. Let me also get in the Congress spokesperson here, Bhavya Narasimhamurthy from the Congress party. We have Surbi Horigere from the BJP and Ramakrishna Upadhyay, who is a political analyst. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. To you, Bhavya, first, you heard Dr. Sudhakar also. Several questions there. Clearly this claim that unforeseen crowds, unprecedented crowd, that doesn't seem credible because this also, this is India, this is Bengaluru. Everybody knows that there was a lot of victory celebration. People wanted to come out and celebrate. Clearly, there was some administrative negligence which we need to talk about.
Starting from the Chief Minister to Deputy Chief Minister and most of our ministers, they have acknowledged the lapse. Yes, there was shortage in security. even the Deputy Chief Minister, you heard him asking us sorry. But that is not enough. Of course, we have lost lives here. Responsibility needs to be fixed. We are a responsible government. We are answerable to everyone who voted for us and even for those who did not vote for us. And these lives, the price paid for it is huge. Like, we can never bring them back, and their families, we can't even fathom the amount of sorrow the family must be going through. We totally understand. But as a responsible government, what needs to be done is first to acknowledge the lapse. We have done that. And the second is we have set up a magisterial inquiry commission. And I'm sure wherever the lapse is, and we have even given a time boundary for that. Like in 15 days, we are expecting them to submit the report as to where the lapse happened and who is to be, pointed out and who is to be either resigned or whatever actions will be taken. It will definitely be proportional to the loss.
Okay.
And everyone who is responsible will be held accountable.
Right. Before I go to Surbhi, today in the court, there were many interesting things that were said, Bhavya. One, of course, the government has said that there was no standard operating procedure, no SOP that was there in place to control large events of this nature. I don't know if other states have this or not, but clearly a state like Karnataka is expected to have something like this. And the state has also said that 2.5 lakh persons had gathered outside the stadium, and this is something that it did not know about. And this was because RCB had publicized the entry was free. Now, the government is not expected to put the blame on a private franchisee. Administration is responsible for its own crowd management and safety of its people, isn't it? Bhavya?
Oh, yeah. You're asking me. I thought you were talking to Surbhi. Yeah. We did not blame Karnataka Cricket Association. Now, I have already said this. The government will take every action to make sure, the victims are safe. The injured are getting the best possible medical care for free, and even, the compensation to the lives lost. Of course, we can never repay them. But still, now what I'm going to tell you is what happened since the morning. One, the Cricket Association wanted to do it the same day because there were international players who were supposed to fly back to their countries the same day. Because of which they were pressurizing, even the police and the Home Ministry did not give them the permission even for the victory parade because of this. But the same opposition was the first one to say, you government, you are like useless or whatever the words they used, even if they were responsible enough, they should have understood that, police have their own limits, right? But later, 1 second, one more point. When they did that, still we did not fall for that. We said no to victory parade, right? Okay. But here, when the Cricket Association, whatever happened in Chinnaswamy Stadium, one, as per the government statement, they were not expecting such a huge crowd because only pass holders could come there. Like anytime a cricket match happens, only those with the pass turn up, right? Like 35,000 passes were given and people thought only they will turn up. But of course, we should have anticipated this. We underestimated it.
Your points are valid.
We underestimated it.
Surbhi, you are a Bengalurian yourself. As a person from the city, when you look at this tragedy, what is it that comes to your mind?
It is criminal negligence on the part of the state government to have not anticipated, to have not planned better, and to give excuses like, there was call for we did not anticipate the amount of crowd. We did not coordinate with any of the transport agencies because of XYZ reason. Why the haste? You're telling me some international players and therefore law and order goes for a toss? Why the haste to have a function in Vidhan Saudha? The police also recommended, as per reports, that there should not be two events happening at two different venues in such short distance. There were so many such recommendations that the state government overlooked. The Vidhan Saudha event was just as, what was the need to have an event like that where ministers, MLCs, MLAs, their families were present and the common people were all having to stand behind a barricade? What was the need to have absolutely no planning in terms of safety infrastructure? What are the exit entry protocols? Did the government really not have an estimate on what crowd was going to come, given that just the previous night, people had gathered together in MG Road and Church Street. It was all full that end. Those roads were already full. How can you estimate that only 35,000 are going to come through a pass? And don't tell me that a private franchise pressured the government to do something like this. Is that how weak this government is? That you will allow for somebody to do an event of this scale without having proper planning and proper measures to protect the people? The government is absolutely culpable. And just as a last point, what is this inquiry? Is this inquiry going to also inquire the decisions of the state government?
I'll have to just interrupt you because Gautam Gambhir has reacted to this tragedy. Let's listen to what he said today.
मैं जब खेलता था तब भी मैं इन रोड शोज में ज़्यादा बिलीव करता नहीं था. मैं आज भी नहीं करता और मैं आगे भी नहीं करूँगा. जीतना इम्पोर्टेंट है, सेलिब्रेशंस इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन उससे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है किसी भी व्यक्ति की ज़िंदगी. तो अगर हम प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं हैं या अगर हम उस तरीके के क्राउड को हैंडल नहीं कर सकते तो माइट एज वेल ये रोड शोज नहीं होने चाहिए, बिकॉज वी ऑल आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल सिटीजन ऑफ दिस कंट्री. और वो हमारे को हर तरीके में और हर एक्शन में दिखना चाहिए और हमारे को अपना वो एक्शन दिखाना भी चाहिए.
That was Gautam Gambhir there saying that he doesn't believe in road shows. Surbhi, you were making a point about inquiry there. Continue. What were you saying?
We need a judicial inquiry that takes into account the role of the state government, given that this was not just organized by by a private franchise, but there was an event at Vidhan Sauda. We can also assume that the number of police personnel at Chinnaswamy were much lesser because they were deployed in Vidhan Sauda to protect VIPs. So therefore, there needs to be a stronger judicial inquiry that has a 360-degree view with us. Sitting High Court judge has to do the inquiry. It needs to be independent. Otherwise, this will not... Look, I'm not saying this, not just as the BJP that's saying this. If you see any social media post, if you see even the victims, unfortunately, while grieving, they're saying the people who are responsible need to be held accountable and held towards inquiry. So
Ramakrishna Upadhyay, you heard both the spokesperson out. I do feel that there was a certain amount of inadequate coordination amongst the State Cricket Association, of course, police, disaster management agencies, and mainly it looked like the government also did not put its foot down, although it said that it doesn't want a victory parade. But of course, it looks like some people had their way. How are people of Bengaluru looking at this?
It was a completely avoidable tragedy over which now crocodile tears are being shed, and people won't accept it. I mean, according to me, and I think according to a lot of people, there were three principal culprits. One was the state government, the second was the RCB, third was the Karnataka Cricket Association. In the state government, I think the main culprits were Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister Shivkumar, and Home Minister Parmeshwar. And when it comes to the police, the buck stops with the B. Dayananda, the commissioner, and all the senior officers below him. These were the people who should have managed this. I mean, having taken the responsibility to, hold this event, it was their responsibility to ensure that it went out smoothly. Where was the organization? It was zero. I know initially they announced that there will be a parade taken out. The players will be on the open bus so that people can line up and have a look at the stars. I mean, that was hurriedly withdrawn. I don't know why it was withdrawn. I think that was a very sensible idea. If they have only been taken from HL airport to the Bangalore city, about 15 kilometers, and if the route had been properly publicized through television and social media, people would have thinned out in all these areas, and all that they wanted to have a look at their stars and maybe even the cup, and most of them would have melted away after that. Instead of that, you made them wait near the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and then you had two events, one in Vidhan Sauda, totally avoidable, and that was for VIPs. I mean, the ministers, their families, the MLAs and their families, the IPS and IAS officers and their families. And it was a tamasha being held in Vidhan Sauda, where there was a bigger police protection rather than outside. There were 3,000 police near the Vidhan Sauda to stop public from going there. And outside you had another 5,000. I mean, how do you control the crowd and you say that the fans are to be blamed? I mean, this is disgusting the way the state government has conducted this. And I think the responsibility has to be fixed. And I'm happy that the High Court has taken up a suo motu case. And the judge has even said, we may order an independent inquiry. I think that is what is required. Okay. And I hear some people saying that there should be a judicial inquiry. Right. Judicial inquiry will not help because you cannot hold people accountable. You cannot file cases based on the judicial inquiry report. So it has to be an inquiry under the High Court supervision, and then based on the report of, maybe just have a 3-judge, going around, talking to the people. In 15 days, submit the report, who are the culprit, and then the court should take up the matter.
Right.
I think that is what is required in this case.
A lot of people do believe that this is also an incident which is a setback to the political image of the state government. It's one of those states where Congress party is in power. Elections are, of course, later. But clearly, there's something about the government that people will think about because those visuals are going to remain in memory for a long time, isn't it? Yeah, Bhavya?
Definitely, like I said, we have acknowledged this. We know there was a lapse, and only after the magisterial inquiry we can tell you what exactly happened and why everything went wrong. It is easy to sit here and comment. Yes, as an opposition, even they can do that, but and they have a right to do that. But I think think they have the moral right to do that, considering what happens in some of those BJP states where the stampedes happen and they didn't even want to give us the number of deaths. Here, as a government, they are taking the moral responsibility and saying that this has happened, there is a lapse that happened, and we will make sure we will fix the accountability. But as a BJP opposition, I don't think they have the moral authority to even say this because some of the deaths happened and they didn't even want to count those.
Okay, Surbhi, would you like to respond to that?
There needs to be no pontification on what happened in other states or not. Victory parades have happened in BJP rules.
Yeah, that happens, Surabhi. Yes. When you are in opposition, you want to speak. But when you are in ruling,
the people are angry today.
That shows that you people don't even give value to human life.
Please don't speak over me. Please don't speak over me.
Bhavya, let her respond. I'll come to you.
Even value the life of people.
The government has made zero preparation. We should be hanging our heads in shame. Today, the state government should be doing more than saying sorry. There should be resignations. Happen even when there is preparation. This government had done zero preparation, and you should be ashamed of the fact that the state government did a program in the Vidhan Sauda where ministers and their sons and daughters are taking photos, selfies, while the common people are herded like sheep and struggling. So don't try to take away this blame from your government because you have miserably failed. Miserably. All for what?
The passion that you are making, I share it.
For choosing publicity over people. Karnataka will remain.
Surbhi, now, Bhavya, Surbhi is making a lot of important points. She's saying that the Congress government chose publicity over responsibility. How do you react to that?
I share the same sadness that Surabhi has, the anger, the fury, because even I am from Bangalore, right? But all I'm saying is, Surabhi as a spokesperson of BJP, before speaking, all I'm saying is, you're pointing this out. I'm very happy you're a responsible opposition. You're doing this. But please show some, just like how the Karnataka government shows respect.
Are you saying that? No, you're saying it did.
Okay, Surbhi, let her respond. I'll come back to you. Yeah. Bhavya, Can we just have Bhavya? Let her respond.
Utter flop UP government, whether in Kumbh Mela, they don't even want to give us the number.
Talk about where
I know you can't take it, Surabhi. It's easy to point out. Listen, it takes courage.
Okay, can we just have Bhavya, please? Let her respond. I'll come back to Surbhi.
No. It takes courage to be a spokesperson of a ruling government and say, yes, this happened. We take the responsibility. We'll find out where the lapse happened. And it's covered as an opposition, not taking a stand when your ruling government doesn't even want to give us a number of deaths. But
Okay, Surbhi, Surbhi, respond to that. Let's have Surbhi, please. Let's have Surbhi, please.
Your Delhi, your Mumbai, all these
Let's have Surbhi, please.
Sitting here and only pointing out.
Because the state government, the chief minister,
you don't even want to give us a number.
The chief minister tweets out, come to Vidhan Sauda, and then his grandson is taking selfies while people out there are dying. And then you're telling me zero preparation. Who coordinated with BMRCL? Metro lines were choked yesterday. Who coordinated with the police? Police says don't do this event. Don't go ahead, and yet it goes ahead. You're telling me in a situation where there is a stampede and we have lost people, the government has done zero preparation. Even when there is preparation, stampedes tend to happen. But with zero preparation, this government has gone in. You're telling me that a sorry is enough? Accountability stops at a sorry. It stops at a resignation. Have the guts to say that then.
Okay, completely out of time. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Moving on to other news now. In a major diplomatic success for India, Malaysia has extended a warm and official welcome to an Indian parliamentary delegation despite behind-the-scenes pressure from Pakistan. This is what BJP MP Dr. Hemang Joshi has said in an exclusive conversation with NDTV, and this was after his return from the five-nation visit. Dr. Joshi was part of this multi-party delegation that toured Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Indonesia and also Malaysia. He revealed that Pakistan made indirect attempts to derail the Malaysian leg of the tour, but the country failed to achieve any disruption.
Well, the delegation that visited 5 countries, one of its member, Dr. Hemang Joshi, BJP MP, specifically to Malaysia, as you mentioned about how Pakistan embassy tried to snub India's delegation over there. They tried to cancel the programs. What was, the response of India's delegation and how successful it went at last?
So we had 10 events planned in Malaysia, and we did all the events as per our program. There were efforts, silent efforts or indirect efforts made from embassy of our counterpart, Pakistan, but they were not successful. And we received a very warm and good response from Malaysian government. We met the Speaker of Malaysia. And also we have put forward our agenda on how we can get Malaysia's support in financial action task force and also in organization of Islamic countries, particularly where Pakistan always try to pass the anti-India resolutions. It is an irony that India has more number of Muslims than Pakistan. Still, it is not a member of OIC.
And we all saw that frustrated press release of Pakistan after Malaysia's visit. What was that, and does that shock the Indian delegation?
No, we were not shocked because we found it as our success, because they were quite confident that they will not get that much success. We will not get that much success in Malaysia. But the way we received the response from the government, from the think tanks, from the diaspora, and from the media itself, and the way we address the media with all the proofs and facts. So they were shaken, and out of frustration, they had to recognize and acknowledge our presence in Malaysia. And they had to, again, release their false propaganda as a press release in their official account.
Lastly, Dr. Joshi, it is multi-party delegation. All the political party members were the part of your delegation. They spoke in one voice in these countries. But here back in India, there was politics which was going on. Rahul Gandhi made a statement, Narendra surrendered in front of the United States. How do you see those politics going on while you were speaking in one voice?
Yeah, I feel it is unfortunate. Being a leader of opposition, I feel ashamed that he is a part of our even parliament, because his statements and his kitchen cabinet's statements and reels are much celebrated in Pakistan rather than India. And it is not only demeaning the morale of our army, but also demeaning the morale of our citizens of the country. So he should learn something, and we will also urge our Honorable Speaker of Lok Sabha to at least teach him some manners.
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom on the programme this evening.
The Bengaluru police have filed a case on their own suo motu against the RCB, the state cricket body of Karnataka, and DNA Entertainment over the stampede on Wednesday that resulted in the death of 11 and left dozens injured. DNA Entertainment managed the RCB's IPL victory celebrations, while the Karnataka State Cricket Association organized this event according to the state government. The state cabinet met today and discussed whether the case should be handed over to the Criminal Investigation Department. They also agreed to look at the sequence of events that led to the stampede, the roles of the KSCA, the RCB franchise and event management company and police personnel. Action would be taken against officials found responsible for lapses that led to the stampede. But even today, there are so many unanswered questions. They primarily revolve around how could something like this be allowed to have taken place in the first place. Next up on the show, an exclusive interview with the Minister in the Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh. What was Prime Minister Modi doing in the hours when the Op Sindoor strikes went in? How does Narendra Modi deal with nuclear blackmail? Was he having thoughts at that stage? Listen to these very candid answers later on the program. Finally on the show, our panel of MPs, key leaders who returned to India after their successful visit to several countries to spread India's post-Op Sindoor message. Did the mission succeed? We'll find out soon. But first, we'll start with some breaking news. Top e-commerce giants may be in for trouble as the government is planning to sue some of them over non-certified products being sold on their platforms. According to sources, top names in e-com like Flipkart, Amazon, Big Basket, Myntra may face government action. We'll be joined by my colleague Sesha Sen in just a little while from now. But quite clearly, this is a very, very big step. The government saying that they're going to be suing these e-commerce giants, some of the biggest in the country. Why? Because the Bureau of Indian Standards, which is the nodal agency which ensures that there are certain standards for items, particularly those which might impact the health and well-being, the safety of consumers, there has to be a certain standard. And the argument being raised is that Flipkart, Amazon, Big Basket, Myntra, they could face government action. Sesha Sen joins us for more on this. Sesha, what are you hearing?
Right. So e-commerce giants, including Amazon, Flipkart, Meesho, Big Basket, are all likely to face lawsuits for, allegedly selling fake and non-certified products on their platforms. Now, what we are getting to hear is that the Bureau of Indian Standards is in the process of filing legal cases against these entities for violating Section 17 of the BIS Act 2016. Now, the non-compliant companies can face penalties up to 10 times the value of non-compliant goods sold, with the possibility of imprisonment for up to 2 years. Now, remember, in March, the BIS had conducted several raids, especially across Flipkart and Amazon warehouses, where they had uncovered over 11,000 products, including toys, kitchen appliances, and electrical equipment, all lacking mandatory BIS certification or, having counterfeit labels. So what we are getting to hear is that the BIS is in the process of filing cases, and it will be filed in the magistrate court in another few weeks.
All right, Sesha, we'll leave it over there. Thank you very much. So bad news over there for several leading e-com giants for not apparently following the standards laid down by the Bureau of Indian Standards, the BIS. They could be in for serious fines and penalties. Well, we're going to move on now to our main focus this evening. Yesterday, 11 young people had their lives cut short as a result of those horrific stampedes which took place. It was meant to be an evening of celebration with the RCB having won the IPL, but in the end, horrific stampedes resulted in fact, in two places, in the death of some young people. But here at NDTV, we felt that it wasn't enough to just say that 11 people have lost their lives. We tried to find out a little bit more about these young people, who were out to celebrate an incredible victory, but will never come back.
My wife only did the CPR. In the spot only almost 90% she was injured. We waited in the police station for 4 hours to file the FIR. At 3 o'clock they entered into the Chinnaswamy stadium. Those fellows, they have announced that to enter to the stadium very quickly, and in the 15th gate everybody was pushed. My daughter's headache went to hit by this iron, and she fall backside. Then everybody.
She got injured at that time. Then
injured already in the spot only almost 90% she was injured, and my wife and my sister-in-law, they tried to take them to hospital.
All right, well, there's an important press conference about to start now. On this, let's listen in. The Chief Minister.
ಮಾನ್ಯ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರು ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತನಾಡುವಾಗ ಏನು ಟ್ರಾಜಿಡಿ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನೆ, ಆ ಟ್ರಾಜಿಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ 11 ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ರು.
Briefing the media after the cabinet meet, he's talking about the tragedy that struck Bengaluru yesterday with 11 people losing their lives in the stampede.
ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ದುಃಖದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೋ.
Extremely sad after this incident.
ಸತ್ತವರಿಗೆ ಸಂತಾಪವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವರ ಪೋಷಕರಿಗೆ ದೇವರು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇತ್ತು.
We had to pray for the family, offer our condolences.
ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗು ಇವತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಇದು ಇದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕರೆದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಗುರುವಾರ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು.
There was a pre-planned cabinet meeting today.
ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ವಿಚಾರನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ 3 ಗಂಟೆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಉಳಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದೂಡಿದ್ದರು.
We decided to discuss this issue in the cabinet today.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಡೆದಂತ ಅಹಿತಕರ ಘಟನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಬಹಳ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
We have discussed the stampede issue very seriously and in detail in the cabinet.
ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಕೆಲವು ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
We have taken some important decisions based on these discussions that were held.
ನಮ್ಮ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಮಾಜಿ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರಾದಂಥ ನಿವೃತ್ತ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರಾದಂಥ ಮೈಕೇಲ್ ಕುನಾ, ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮೈಕೇಲ್ ಕುನಾ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
A one-man commission under retired Justice Kuna has been ordered into the stampede.
ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿರ್ಣಯ RCB ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈವೆಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ಸ್ DNA ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಯಾರು ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
We've called for the arrest of anybody who represent the Royal Challengers Bengaluru, the KSCA and the DNA Event Management Company.
DNA Event Manager, KSCA Cricket Association, ಈ ಮೂರು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಸತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ,
those who represent these institutions or organizations,
ಇವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ FIR ಕೂಡ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
FIR has also been registered against these people.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ, ಕಬ್ಬನ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್, ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ACP, ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ DCP, ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್, ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇವರನ್ನು ತತ್ಕ್ಷಣದಿಂದ ಅಮಾನತುಗೊಳಿಸತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
The cabinet has also decided that the Commissioner of Police, Additional Commissioner of Police, the Deputy Commissioner of Police, the Station House Officer, the Assistant Commissioner of Police, all of them immediately will be suspended.
I repeat, ತಪ್ಪರ್ಗಿಲ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಮೇಲೆ CPI, ಕಬ್ಬನ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್, ACP of that particular area, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Central, Additional Commissioner of Police, who is in charge of Cricket Association Stadium, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಅವರು ನೋಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರದ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರದ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇವರನ್ನ ಅಮಾನತುಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇವು
again the Chief Minister reiterating what was said.
ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಡೆಪ್ಟಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್, ನಾನು, ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರು, HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ರು, ಕಾನೂನು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಮಾದೇವಪ್ಪನವರು, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊನ್ನಣ್ಣ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸರು, ಸುಧಾಕರ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರೀಸ್ ಇದ್ರು, ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜ್ ಇದ್ರು. ಇವರು ಈ 3 ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ದಸ್ತಗಿರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಮೇಲ್ನೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರ ಬೇಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿತನ, ಅಲಕ್ಷ್ಯ, ಇದು ಮೇಲ್ನೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
Well, the Chief Minister there saying that he and his cabinet colleagues, some of the advisors, all took these decisions because they feel on the face of it there were some lapses from the end of either the KSTA, the DNA event managers, or even the people who represent the RCB.
ಇದು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಾನು MLA ಆದಮೇಲೆ, ನನಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹಿಂದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು MLA ಆದಮೇಲೆ, ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದಮೇಲೆ, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದಮೇಲೆ, ಡೆಪ್ಟಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಡೆದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಥ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಡೆದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
I've never seen anything like this in all of these years where I have been even an MLA, deputy chief minister or the chief minister.
ಈ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಘಾಸಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದೆ.
It has hurt all of us tremendously.
ನಡಿಬಾರದಂತ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದೋಗಿದೆ.
This is something that should have never happened.
ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಸತ್ತವರ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ.
I again pray for those who have lost their lives.
ಕುಟುಂಬವರ್ಗದವರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಮೇಲ್ನೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ FIR ದಾಖಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ತನಿಖೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾರ ತನಿಖೆ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ತನಿಖಾ ವರದಿಗಳು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೈ ಸೇರಿದೆಯಾ ಸರ್?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದು ಸೇರಿಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
When a question was asked to the Chief Minister that just yesterday a magisterial inquiry has been ordered and now retired justice has been asked to lead the inquiry, the Chief Minister saying that it has just started an inquiry yesterday and now the retired justice will continue that.
ಮಹಾನ್ ದುರಂತ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಲವು ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
We discussed these issues with several senior officials and we have taken decisions based on all the crucial information that we received from various quarters.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಾಳಪ್ಪ, ನೀವು ಮೊದಲೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀಯ ನೀನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದನ್ನ ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನ CIDಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿದೀವಿ.
We have also entrusted this investigation to the CID.
FIR ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, 2 FIRಗಳು ಹಾಕಿದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಈ FIR ಅನ್ನ
Mr. Siddaramaiah cracking the whip, ordering the suspension of very senior police officials. I'm now joined on the phone line by my colleague Deepak Bopanna. Deepak, what is the action that's been ordered by the state government?
Well, some massive decisions being taken here. Vishnu, the Chief Minister confirming the suspension of the Bengaluru Police Commissioner, the additional commissioner for that division, the Deputy Commissioner for Central Division, also the ACP, the Police Inspector of Cubbon Park. Now, these are people who are supposed to ensure security in and around Chinnaswamy Stadium, even Vidhan Sauda. the decision has been taken during the cabinet meet. They've also said that cases have already been booked by the police against RCB franchise, against DNA event management company, who were asked to organize the entire felicitation event at Chinnaswamy Stadium, and also KSEA. The Chief Minister even went on to say that I've asked and instructed for people to be arrested, those who represent these organizations. A big announcement. We at NDTV a couple of hours ago had, of course, broken this update that there is a possibility that the CID could take over the investigation. Now the Chief Minister has confirmed that. We had also broken an update that, there could be possibility that senior officials of the police department could be suspended or, even transferred. Right now, that is something, again, confirmed. And so 2 news breaks of NDTV being confirmed by the Chief Minister. But, however, we should look at how these developments have unfolded. Apart from the announcement of a magisterial inquiry yesterday, now the Chief Minister has also said that a one-man commission led by retired Justice Kuna will look into the Stampede case as well. So while the CID is investigating the FIRs, the Justice will be, looking to give an entire report on what went wrong. Based on this report, the government is expected to take some action as well. So some major decisions being taken.
All right, thanks very much, Deepak, for sharing those details. We are joined by Vijay Prasad, BJP spokesperson, Karnataka. Priya Chetty Rajgopal joins us. Sandeep Anirudhan, convener, Citizens Agenda for Bengaluru. Samrudh Hegde of the Congress Party, and Ayush Radha, digital creator and comedian. Thank you all very much for being with us. Priya, let me come to you first. Do you believe that the steps which have been announced in terms of police officers being suspended is a good first step?
I think it's completely inappropriate.
Inappropriate?
I mean, I know that this eventually will land on the police, but you can see that the responsibility has been on many other shoulders and not just the police. To give them credit, they had actually asked for the event not to happen. I saw this in the paper saying that, this event should not happen. And finally, I think they probably just kowtowed to political pressure. So while I think it looks good on paper to say, we have suspended everyone and therefore, we have ticked all the boxes. The fact is, this is a tragic, terrible. I don't know whether it was preventable, but I think it could have been. But everybody just went along.
Surely something like this needs to have been preventable. There is a full-fledged intelligence wing of the police. Right? It is their job to figure out what happened. They could have deployed drones to get an idea of the number of people gathering over here.
That's exactly what I was saying.
But A to Z, it appears to me prima facie that the police failed in this. This isn't to say others haven't. I'm just talking about the police. So if suspensions have to take place at the level of the police, what's wrong with that?
I think it's a checkbox. At this point, I agree with you. In fact, I was also wondering, where are the drones? We've had some big drama about the number of drones that are coming in. But at this point, the police was given a very short leeway to be able to set right to be able to organize.
But the police should therefore not have allowed this to have happened. Where was the Commissioner of Police with intelligence saying that this could get out of hand? Stop it. Don't do it. Organizers, no permission. Why only 5,000 people, and why not much 5,000 policemen and women? Why not much more? So I would suggest that the police very much needed, action against them. But that's my opinion. Sandeep Anirudhan, your thoughts on what's been announced so far?
Vishnu, well, the police were certainly responsible for what happened, because there is a due process for any public event to happen, even if it were hundreds gathering. There is a process where NOCs have to be issued by the police department, the fire NOC, health NOC, disaster management NOC. There are about 15 NOCs that have to be issued before a public event with any crowd gathering that is supposed to happen, top of which is the city government. Now see, in Bengaluru, we don't have an elected city government. We haven't had elections for the last 5 years. So who is in place? It is the state government which is playing the mayor of the city. So if you ask me, the minister in charge of Bengaluru is the first one who should be fired. DK Shivkumar is an unelected mayor of the city. He forces himself on the city. They don't hold elections. For 5 years, we are deprived of a city government which is in touch with the citizens. We are being run, the city is being run by bureaucrats who are out of touch and by state. That is the next tier of government. What business does the state have running the city? There's complete breakdown in governance. There's no planning. If you ask me, the buck stops with DK Shivkumar. He should resign first.
Samrudh Hegde,
Then you
respond
take
to
over
that as the spokesperson of the Congress party demands for DK Shivkumar to step down or being told that he's out. How would you respond?
No, firstly, I would like to extend my deepest and most sincere condolences to the families of the bereaved. We completely acknowledge the collective systemic lapse that has occurred. There is no question of shirking any responsibility, and accordingly, an accountability will be fixed. There's no doubt about it. Now we have initiated an inquiry commission by a justice, a former High Court justice.
Should DK Shivkumar step down? It's a direct question.
That you'll have to ask him directly. The question right now is prima facie, we have found these particular people at fault. We have found that the police, there was a dereliction of duty. We found that there was some systemic lapses.
Basically, the political leadership in Karnataka, and in Bengaluru are not responsible. Is that what you're saying?
No, I am definitely not saying that. Accountability will be fixed, but it will be fixed based on an inquiry which is being conducted. And we have to acknowledge that in a stadium which had 35,000 people capacity, there are over 2 lakh people turned up.
Senior
there was
Congress
so much chaos and
taking
confusion.
Moral accountability also have stepped down?
Definitely, whoever was accountable for this and whoever was responsible for this, whoever made any action, whoever took any action, whoever tried to, bypass the procedure which was there, they have to resign and accountability will be fixed. And I assure it,
accountability
there is
will
no
be
doubt
fixed
about
over there. Vijay Prasad of the BJP is, okay, let's face it, there were problems with the police. They have announced important first steps. They're also going to go after the Karnataka State Cricket Association and the RCB, right? Without making this a political tutu meme, would you agree that this is an important first step, right? Vijay Prasad.
Vishnu, I was just going through the FIR that was filed. Okay, let me take the couple of points, the key things that the FIR says. It says someone put pressure on the police even when the police rejected that the event should not happen. Someone external pressure was put on the police to conduct the event.
Yes.
That is one thing. And the common figure from the entire, from the airport till on the steps of Vidhan Saudha until inside the stadium, the common figure that was most visible, who was controlling, who we call it as Sutradhara in the entire event is DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. Okay, now, having said that, now just now the press conference says the police has been made Bali Ka Bakra. This is on the expected lines. The government was supposed to do some head rolling on the police. Now, in that event, the entire government has insulated people like who is taking cheap publicity like DK Shivkumar and Home Minister.
Vijay, it's all very well for you to say that there needs to be political accountability. I accept that. I think everybody does. But surely if action has to be taken against the police, what's wrong with that? Should the police not have actually said that we have intelligence to suggest? Vijay.
DCM Shivkumar.
No, Vijay, 1 second. Vijay, I'm trying to make sense of this. I understand what you're trying to say about political accountability, 100%. But I'm trying to say that does the BJP disagree with the action taken against the police? How could such a large police force not know that 3 lakh people or between 2 and 3 lakh people are likely assembling over there?
Vishnu.
Is there no intelligence cell of the police? Did the station house officer not know what was happening? Why weren't roads shut down at that stage? Why wasn't there a larger deployment of forces at that stage? Why wasn't the organizer told firsthand that, look, sorry, this is not happening, cancel it? So it's all very well to say state government, and I take your point. But what about the police?
I will tell you. See, according to our sources, when we speak to a lot of police people, what the reliable sources said was, police was against this celebration. It appears that CM and DCM both wanted to take publicity and exerted pressure on the
Please
police.
stop spreading
The
fake
police had
information,
to
please.
give in. The police had to give
Well,
up.
that says
The police had to give up.
that
And
I mean
yesterday-
that's
and
a
yesterday
if
on
there
what
was political
information?
pressure to
What
get this job done,
DK
that is
Shivamoga, he
appalling.
was
But it is
praising the
equally
police,
appalling
for
that the police
doing a good
commissioner
job.
can be pressurized like this, or the other police officers can be pressurized and allow something like this to happen. 11 people are not coming back. Why? Because some police officer couldn't take the pressure of his political leadership. That's your allegation. If that is true, then that is completely unacceptable. Ayush, Shraddha, your thoughts on this? I mean,
Yeah, I think we are paying a very high price for common sense today. Did police have intelligence or not? I saw the invitation to this victory parade on Instagram that RCB posted.
Yeah.
And when I saw that post, it's written disaster all over it. The match wrapped up at about 11:30 in the night. Revelers in Bangalore would have been celebrating into the wee hours of midnight, which means the police has been busy maintaining law and order until wee hours of the morning. And then someone has said, RCB has announced that there's a victory parade at 5, which means under 24 hours, we are expecting the police to make all bandobast for an event of this size. And to say that we did not expect more than 35,000 people to come. RCB has over 20 million followers on Instagram. And we have seen the hype around this match, this victory. And to say that we did not expect, I don't know, it's laughable. So I think common sense tells you that it's got disaster written all over it. So who approved this victory parade, and is it so easy to announce a public event of this size on Instagram? Is it responsible for an entity on Instagram, on a platform like that has 20 million followers, to make this announcement without confirming that all administrative protocols have been followed, all police permissions
it is awful. And I take your point that the organizers had no business to do what they did. Look, I'm completely out of time. We'll leave it over there. We'll keep following up on this, including on the big fight tomorrow at 9 p.m. For now, I'm going to take a short break because we're going to move on to something completely different at the end of this. There are several MPs across party lines who for the last 2 weeks have been traveling around the world, collectively sending India's message of Op Sindoor and how Pakistan remains a state sponsor of terrorism. We've got a wonderful panel of 4 MPs who I spoke to. We're going to come back and listen in on that very special conversation.
Co-presented by Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
कहते हैं कि डॉग इज मैन्स बेस्ट फ्रेंड, पर चौबे जी के अस्पताल का बिल हम थोड़े ना भर सकते हैं। उस दिन कहने लगे नी रिप्लेसमेंट, 4 लाख का खर्चा आया। अच्छा हुआ हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस था, वरना तुम कंजूसों से मांगना पड़ता। अरे जियो चौबे जी,
अच्छा किया इंश्योरेंस लिया।
Hey Kia, take us to the big four. Open the sunroof.
Presenting Garance Clovers, made for epic journeys.
Kia, movement that inspires.
बेबो का एक ही रूल, रोज खाओ अंडे विदाउट भूल।
Cause eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Summer में एनर्जी हो जाती है कम, खाओ अंडे एनर्जेटिक रहो हरदम। Strength और पावर मिले हर रोज with proteins and minerals का daily dose. Eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool.
संडे हो या मंडे, रोज खाओ अंडे।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
जब मंगला जी की किडनी का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 18 लाख रुपए का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
मम्मी says no one die in summer.
क्यों? तू समर में
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered. where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling.
Right and centre, several MPs across party lines have been travelling abroad for the last couple of weeks. They're all back home now. The message of the all-party delegation was to explain to several countries, important ones across the world, the reason for Op Sindoor and how Pakistan remains a state sponsor of terrorism. Earlier on today, I spoke to 4 distinguished MPs, Supriya Sule of the NCP, John Brittas, MP with the CPM, Sasmit Patra, MP of the BJD, and Aparajita Sarangi, MP with the BJP. Of all of the countries that you visited, and you were in South Africa, Ethiopia, Qatar and Egypt, where did you see the maximum progress, where countries came and said that, look, no, we are backing you, we support you 100% and we condemn Pakistan for their acts of terrorism?
Well, Vishnu, all 4. It was I was overwhelmed by the love, the support that we got from all the 4 countries. And I think it's not just about today. All the 4 countries we talked about, especially Africa, Ethiopia and Egypt. These were 3 countries where the first thing that they, when we met them, they were, I was overwhelmed by the hospitality and the whole concept of, we expect so much from India because this is Mahatma Gandhi's India. So they talked about our relationship way back in all these 3 countries, and Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Ji, and then Manmohan Singh Ji, and the present Prime Minister, Modi Ji, and how close they felt with Modi Ji now. And, it's a legacy issue of trust, friendship, bilateral trade. So I must say it was overwhelming, and they expect so much from us. So actually, if you ask me at some points, I was like, oh my God, it's almost overwhelming and intimidating and worrisome because people have so much expectation from us.
What sort of support did you get from leaders in these countries? Were you optimistic about what they had to say?
Vishnuji, we got tremendous support from all the 4 countries that we visited. In the UAE, we got tremendous support both from the parliamentary delegates whom we met, parliamentary colleagues, whom we do meet on other platforms as well at the Inter-Parliamentary Union. They expressed their condemnation of the terrorism. At the same time, they supported India's stand against terrorism and the need for zero tolerance on terrorism. Moving on to Africa, we went to Democratic Republic of Congo, Sierra Leone and Liberia. All the 3 countries were extremely happy and we're very grateful to India for having supported those activities of UN peacekeeping by sending in Indian troops to them and supported India's stand on terrorism. There were 3 specific agendas with which we went to all of these 4 countries. One was exposing Pakistan's terror network and the way they have been perpetuating terror on India over the past 4 decades, the Operation Sindoor and its success, and of course to sensitize the global community to stand with India in one voice and continue this action against terror.
Could you give us a sense of the support that you received for India's cause in this fight against terrorism? Let's start with Japan.
Let me tell you that it was a 14-day tour, and we were 9 persons in the delegation. 7 were MPs and 1 ex-diplomat, and 1 person, the former External Affairs Minister, Sri Salman Khurshid. It was a highly cohesive team. We belonged to 5 different political parties, but when we went to the foreign soil, starting from Japan, our voice was one, our language was one. We spoke the language of Bharat. We spoke for Bharat, in favor of Bharat, and we wanted to set the narrative right. Whatever had to be said was said with a lot of fearlessness everywhere. Now, as far as Japan is concerned, that was the first destination that we all had, and it was wonderful to be there. In all these 5 countries, let me tell you, we met different segments of population. We started with the political setup there. The political setup was extremely friendly and extremely receptive to whatever we said. They gave us a very patient hearing. All our discussions were long and lucid, and thereafter we met the think tank members. We also met the academia, we also met the Indian diaspora, the women and the youth. So I think not one segment of population was untouched by us, and we had gone there with a definite purpose. All of us know that. The purpose was to communicate very strongly, very emphatically, India's stance on cross-border terrorism. The purpose was to tell everybody that Pakistan had been peddling lies, and Pakistan was creating a false propaganda. The narrative was wrong, and we had to set the narrative right. And third and very important was our message to the international community that there is zero tolerance for terrorism in India. There is a new normal policy in India, and it would be absolutely not sparing anybody if there is any kind of attack on us further. So I think we were quite emphatic in our dealings with all the countries, including Japan. Japan was very good. Japan's, as you said, Japan's response was very good. Then, as you know, thereafter we went to the Republic of Korea. Yeah. Again, I would say a lovely country, good people, and we had a lot of dialogue and discussion and debates. And the Indian diaspora was very enthusiastic. And
but ma'am, let me ask you this.
All these 5 countries, one thing was very common.
Could you give us a sense of the support that you received or members of your delegation received in conveying the message that Pakistan is a state sponsor of terrorism?
See, we feel that we got a very good reception of those countries. Japan, Indonesia, Korea, Singapore, Malaysia. Though they had many questions and concerns, we could effectively convey the message of India that all these countries need to hold our hands to combat terror. And terror can have new friends, new enemies, so it should not be considered as something which is inflicting wounds on India alone. All these countries will have to hold their hands together. And I can tell you one thing, we got a wide range of interactions in all these countries, including ministers, including parliamentary groups, think tanks, media, even our own diaspora. Apart from that, in Japan and Indonesia, we could interact with ambassadors and high commissioners of other missions. They were invited for a freewheeling discussion with us. And in Jakarta, we had ambassadors of ASEAN countries. They came for interaction with us. So some of their concerns were addressed. And especially in countries like Japan and Korea, they had concerns about their investments in India. Will it have any bearing on those investments? And in Japan specifically, they had a concern on nuclear weapons. Will this clash take to a level of having a nuclear clash? So we told them that India, being a responsible, mature democracy, and for us nuclear weapon is a deterrent, and India has adopted the doctrine of no first use. So all these things were effectively conveyed to them. I can also tell that our mission was some sort of a soft power diplomacy. So in effect, we had the flexibility of interacting with so many people. And I think by and large, we got a good reception in all these countries.
You know, I think it's wonderful to see all of you MPs from various political parties talking the same language, determined in the same goal. We see such fierce animosity in Parliament, but to see all of you working, in this united fashion, what did it feel like for you to be part of this united mission with political leaders from across the political spectrum?
Vishnu, to be honest, we have ideological differences. And please don't forget from the state that I come from. I come from the state of Maharashtra, where, a lot of people even sort of sometimes make fun of us and say, "Arey, Maharashtra ke sab rajneta ke dost hote hai." Right. And traditionally in Maharashtra, it's a vibrant democracy, first of all, in India. So for us to be friends across party lines is nothing new in Maharashtra, especially. And even in Parliament, you'll be surprised, but we have our strong political differences. But we all across board have a lot of personal friends as well. And that's the beauty of a vibrant democracy, that we have to hear each other. And what's special about this trip was that it was a multilateral, all-party delegation. And it was not an ideological issue. We were there as proud Indians who wanted to go all out there and give a strong message to the world that we may have our political differences back home, but when it comes to terrorism, India is committed together. It's country first, then your state, then your party, and then your family.
Was there a broad acceptance of, the need to accept Pakistan as a terrorist state, as a state sponsor of terrorism?
Pakistan as a terror haven is well understood by now by the global community. I may not be able to place on record in media what they specifically said because it was said under closed doors. But I can reliably and with all authority in my position tell you that as far as Pakistan's credibility, it runs zero at this point of time in the global community. As far as the Pakistan's connections with terror is widely accepted and is a known fact, from Osama bin Laden to Maulana Masood Azhar to Hafiz Saeed, Lashkar-e-Toiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed. All of this have become accepted norms that they are part of Pakistan's terror network and agenda. And as far as Pakistan as a terror haven is a given now in the global community. And that is something that reflected in our discussions and also our interactions as we went forward.
Ma'am, let me ask you this.
Yes, please.
How was it like to deal with with opposition parties? On the floor of Parliament, all of you have the most heated debates. You keep fighting with one another. We've had very difficult sessions of Parliament, and now you're all friends. And it's like all of you have turned a new leaf. To me, sitting over here, it seems almost unbelievable.
Very good question. I think we all have succeeded in befriending one another. When we went there, we were like a family for 14 days, and I'm sure this relationship would continue in the days to come. So I think this is a very positive outcome of this multi-party delegation. And I was just coming to that. In fact, in all the countries, whether it is the political setup or the Indian diaspora or the civil society or the think tanks, everybody appreciated Prime Minister Modi's government's concept of multi-party delegation. See, in our delegation, we were belonging to 5 political parties. The JDU person, the JDU MP was heading the delegation. I was from the BJP. We had one from the CPIM, one from the Congress, and one from the Trinamool Congress. So I think, but there was a lot of cohesiveness, lot of unity. As I told you, I reiterate, we spoke the same language, we spoke in one voice for India.
If you look at the outcome of the military operations itself, it's clear that India achieved what we wanted to. It was Pakistan that came to the ceasefire table. Why was it then, in your opinion, necessary for India to send out these delegations of MPs?
See, in fact, we are reciprocating the gesture by the government of India. The decision of sending outreach delegation was taken by the government of India. We only agreed to cooperate with that. So I would not be in a position to comment whether whether this purpose of taking this decision was good or bad. But I can tell you one thing: since we agreed to be part of this outreach, we thought that we would give our full into it. And I can tell you all the members of this group worked in tandem, and there was unity in our resolve, and we presented a picture of India as a mature democracy. We may have domestic compulsions, domestic differences, disagreements, reservations, but when it comes to the larger cause of the nation, we are together. That message was. And in most of these countries, even this five-party delegation which we are presenting there, that itself was something which was very refreshing to them.
Did leaders in any of the countries who you met condemn Pakistan?
Oh, clearly the message was very, very clear, Shom. They were very clear that anywhere in the world, not just India, Pakistan, they are very clear that anybody who supports terrorist activity, we all must work together against it. And you know, everybody wants a peaceful world. What is the legacy that people want to leave for their children and their grandchildren? Is absolute peace and harmony. So I think that's what they expect from our continent, of course, and they are committed, and they have shown solidarity to India even publicly. All the four governments reached out to Prime Minister Modi ji right away. They called us, they reassured us, and they stood by us in this extraordinary, painful and challenging times that we are going through as a country.
The United Arab Emirates is of critical strategic importance to India. We built that relationship over the last several years, but it's also a nation which has had typically close ties with Pakistan. In terms of statements which the leadership of the UAE or the leaders that you met gave you, were they willing to accept Pakistan in as strong terms as we've been discussing as a state sponsor of terrorism?
See, as far as Pakistan is concerned, we do appreciate that UAE is a GCC nation. It's also an OIC nation. But the overwhelming support that we got in UAE is a testament to the fact that they have zero tolerance towards terrorism. And they clearly feel that terrorism on India is a terrorism against humanity. And terrorism anywhere is terrorism everywhere. So therefore, there is zero tolerance for terror. And we, of course, provided a lot of evidence relating to how Pakistan is complicit in this kind of terror interactions and terror engagement. And they are sensitive to India. They do recognize the ties that Pakistan has, right down from Osama bin Laden coming down till Pahalgam. And they have assured full cooperation and support. And we're in fact the first country to condemn Pahalgam terror attack.
Nowhere, not in your delegation or any delegation anywhere else, did any MP or any party move away from the India line, not their party line, but the India line. Given how diverse our voices are when you're back home, isn't that just wonderful? That when push comes to shove on the most important issue,
yes,
we act as one.
That was the best outcome of this multi-party delegation going to different countries. And I think we have come back, all of us, very much enriched, and we are better friends with each other, and we understand each other. When we were on the foreign soil, we just batted for India. We knew Pakistan was our enemy, Pakistan had killed our people, and that's the only thing that was there in our minds. And I think Indianness prevailed, the unity of Bharat prevailed, and I think that is the spirit of India, which I think all of us could experience.
Do you believe that the visit of all of these MPs to different parts of the world is premised on the fact that the message that India was trying to send earlier on, or the government was trying to send earlier on, didn't have the results that many had sought? Is that why you went out?
No, not at all. You know, it's a process that you go. So it's a multi-pronged action to what has happened in India. And I think you should actually, as a country, we should welcome it, because after, even I was quite nervous about it, I must admit, because I was leading a delegation, which is a lot of responsibility. You're watched by everybody. And it's not just about watching, it's about your own performance. Yeah. It's the faith the government has shown you to lead your country in a position, there's a lot of responsibility. And my delegation, our G7, which is Group 7, had such heavyweight, experienced leaders. 5 of them have been ministers in Government of India. So such experienced people. So it was for me, I must, with full humility admit, I was a bit nervous. I was on the edge that, oh my God, I hope all goes well. But once we all got into the zone, it was so comfortable, much easier than what I expected. And the Bonami, we just were like, we just fitted into it. And I think it was the tuning of the group was extraordinarily because we were very clear about our goal.
Right.
That we are here as Indians, no differences, let's go all out. And the country has shown faith in us. The government has, it doesn't matter which government it is, has shown this faith in us. So we must outperform us.
Right.
And we tried our best. I'm sure may have been gaps. I mean, we're not perfect, we're humans here. But we have tried our best, and all 7 groups have tried their best. And one point I'd like to make is there are various activities being done. So this is one of them, was an outreach program. And think about it, Shom, that even our neighborhood has started doing it. So the fact that the neighborhood has also started it, that means there has to be some value add. And please remember one thing, when somebody copies you, take it as a compliment. Don't feel bad somebody's copying. It's a compliment.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
नमस्कार।
पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद, पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. You're watching the News Night and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. And today the story we are speaking about is a critically important story. You might think this is fake news, but I must warn you on top of the show, this isn't fake news. Irony has died 1,000 deaths. Because Pakistan, yes, that Pakistan. Now that Pakistan now, ladies and gentlemen, hear this very, very carefully. That Pakistan now is the vice chair of the UN Counter-Terrorism Committee. The same country that sheltered an Osama bin Laden, you remember? That harbored UN-designated terrorist, I'm sure you recall that. That also celebrated the jihadi generals, people who promote themselves. It's an open secret. And if that wasn't enough, it is also now leading the Taliban Sanctions Committee, that Pakistan. While India bleeds from cross-border terror, the global high table is handing the microphone quite literally to its sponsor. Why do you think it's happened? And don't forget, there is no G7 invite yet for India. And India has also made it very clear, we do not, give a damn about it. We don't care. Big powers right now, if you look across, are playing a dangerous double game. China is pulling every string, and if you're wondering what is the US doing, loud condemnations, really loud ones, Trump size, but with zero consequences. And on the other side, you have Indian MPs who've flown across the world capitals, about 33 world capitals. They've made a mark. But there is one question that still looms large. When did the terror factories start running the watchdog? When did that happen? In which world does that happen? And what will India do next? Because that is most important. I'm sure India has a game plan, and that's exactly going to be our top focus on this edition of the news. It's an important issue, like I said, so without wasting time, let me introduce a very special guest on top of the show before we get our straight questions. Let me say good evening to Lieutenant General Ashok Shivane, who's a former DG of the Mechanized Forces of the Indian Army and a strategic defense analyst. Joining us, sir, thank you so much for your time. Good evening to you. And with your permission, I want to fire first up our straight questions.
Jayant, to all your viewers, it's a pleasure to be on your show.
So, let's get in our straight questions. Questions that will set the tone of this conversation and that will ask questions that should be asked tonight. The first question, ladies and gentlemen, has the US ceded UN to China? Read that again carefully. Has the US ceded UN to China? Not that UN has any kind of relevance, but whatever it is, what is going on? The second important question, is China orchestrating Pak terror and also wanting to reshape the Russia-Pak ties? Look at the key players here, Pakistan, Russia, and China. The third important question, should India launch a global anti-terror front or deal with the entire issue like Israel does? Because Israel is fighting its own battle, much like India, and they don't care about the world, much like India today has set its own red line when it comes to dealing with terror. This brings us to our fourth straight question, Washington's blind spot. Lip service, just lip service, condemnation for India. But when it comes to Pakistan, safe haven, is that the new policy for the US? We'll discuss about that also. The fifth important straight question, self-interest, is that right now, quote unquote, trumping the fight against terror? Significant details that will come out of this discussion, and like I said, this is no fake news. I want to get in first up the word coming in from Lieutenant General Shivane. Now, General Saab, tell me something. When you heard this news that the terror watchdog today is going to be fronted by the rogue state called Pakistan. We might just laugh this off, but the point is that India for the longest time has been the victim of terror. And this is not a matter of joke for us. Why is the world doing this? Why is the UN doing this?
Absolutely, Deepthi. I think it's a shame on the global community and a stigma on the credibility of international institutions. I'm not worried about the true danger of Pak's duplicity, because Pak is a rogue state and we know its agenda and its duplicity. But what is more concerning is the UN hypocrisy. The global justice has been broken, and today hypocrisy prevails. That's the real danger. An institution which is meant to uphold the global peace is now enabling its principal destroyer. And nations like US and even China in forums has been talking against for fighting the global war on terrorism. But look at its duplicity. It is giving oxygen to the perpetrators of the primary perpetrators of this global war in terrorism. So an epicenter of terrorism in Pak is getting blossomed not only in its status, but it's in its financing also.
Yes.
And you look at the financing there is one principle in terrorism, that terrorism survives on funding, and terror economies thrives on international funding. And today you see the World Bank, you see the ADB, you see the IMF, blind men who are funding Pakistan. And what is Pakistan doing? 14 crore to Syed Hafiz.
Absolutely. General Ashok, because you've touched a very important point, I want to bring up some graphics, then we'll take this conversation ahead, because let's try opening this layer by layer. We are obviously talking about Pakistan, a Pakistan that has been defeated. It has been pummeled by India time and again. But in spite of that, what does Pakistan do? I want to bring up those details right now on our screens, as we will be looking at those graphics going in here, and this is also a part of Newsnight's Deep Dive. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Plausible deniability. Pakistan is defeated. We all know this. Pakistan itself has accepted. But what do these two men on our screens actually want the world to know, which is again a part of fake news? Both Shahbaz Sharif and Asim Munir, they are still wanting, in fact, to sniff a chance of some kind of a diplomatic sabotage. Could they do that? The answer is no. Pakistan is now going to be co-chairing the UNSC counter-terror panel. If this is not a joke on terrorism and all those people who will condemn but not act against terror, then what is? This brings us to our next important point. Remember, India has been forced to lobby the Asian Development Bank that we just heard our guest speaking about, to stop loans to Pakistan. Why should India be doing this at all? Does the world not know? Do we not know where terror emanates from? Do we not remember where Osama bin Laden was? Do we not know where Hafiz Saeed is? Now, there has been a zero movement when it comes to the FATF, that is the Financial Action Task Force, and the sanctions on Pakistan. Again, important for all of you to know that all this money that you see vis-a-vis coming into Pakistan is just funneled into terror, the terror network, buying arms, buying ammunitions, and also giving it to a lot of these quote-unquote jihadi elements. No tectonic shift in the G7 stance on Pakistan. What is the relevance then on G7? If it cannot stand with India, if it cannot speak for the fight against terror, and all that it does again is lip service and perhaps wanting to bully India, that now is not going to happen. And this is why I think this point is significant to help us understand that where does the story go? If you think that there isn't enough proof about Pakistan and terror, we all know that there is. So Lieutenant General Ashok, when you talk of this, ample amount of evidence against Pakistan, dossiers after dossiers, but clearly that is not good enough. I mean, what is it that the world needs when it comes to Pakistan? Because on our screens are multiple images of these terror rogue elements. So Osama bin Laden, where? In Pakistan. Hafiz Saeed, where? In Pakistan. The Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Hizbul Mujahideen, what happened in Bahawalpur, what happened in Muridke, everything has a Pak connection. How can the world be oblivious to this, sir?
Absolutely, Deepthi. It's a sad commentary of the global order and the global conscious as such. I fail to understand that when a nation like Pakistan has got 146 individuals or entities within or who are associated with Pakistan on the UN list of terrorists and terrorist organization, you are making them the vice chair of fighting this counter-terrorism. It doesn't mean. It also shows that what did US do when Osama bin Laden was being protected, harbored, and nurtured in Abbottabad, where he was targeted and killed. And thereafter, there was no accountability of the Pakistan Inter-Agency, ISI. There was no accountability of the military. He was next to the Pak Military Academy, all sheltered. Now, that is where the duplicity of the world comes in. Wasn't it Pak, ISI and CIA who bred Haqqani network and Taliban? And today they're talking of victim state to Pakistan says they're a victim terrorism. You're not a victim. You are the epicenter of global war on terrorism. And you got a beating by India. It's the only nation in the world today who has given a bloody nose to China and who has given a bloody nose to global war on terrorism. Only nation in the world. And then you talk of this duplicity. Look at the Pak army. Look at their organizations. It is astonishing. The sort of organization they have, which is the Fauji Foundation. They have something known as Fauji Foundation, which is the heart center of all the money laundering. They have several such organizations. Let me name a few. Army Welfare Trust, Akhari Bank, Defense Housing Authority, and Shaheen Foundation. Now, what are these? These are commercial empires patronizing terror under the garb of uniform and welfare. Tax exempted, unaudited, and legally protected by the state. Now, is the world blind? I'm sure they know about it. They're not blind to this. But then it is all self-interest. Pakistan's location, its vicinity to Central Asian Republic, Afghanistan.
Yes.
And the interests of the West in it being frontline state against that area, as also balancing China's influence in that area.
Absolutely.
So
General Saab, I'm just going to hold you here because you've touched again a very interesting point, and this is where the story becomes bigger. Because, you know, we just should also tell our viewers a little bit of detail before we again get a graphic element to help them understand Pakistan, the extreme nature of the kind of utterances and action. Because the UNSC, remember, has 5 permanent members and there are non-permanent members. Now, Pakistan, General Saab, you would agree, is on that table. Pakistan is a non-permanent member, and I think that is till the end of 2026. It has a veto power. So no matter what India does, you will see Pakistan completely wanting to crush India's agenda. But like you said, is the world blind? The answer is no. The world is only and only looking at the self-interest. So the next time all these countries tell us we are with India, we are with, you know, India at this difficult time, we must ask them, what are you doing but? How do you allow Pakistan to walk away with money when it comes to the IMF? Why is it not going back to the grey list? And much more. But let me again unravel more details about Pakistan, because this is what the world needs to talk about day in and day out. Something that India has experienced. So let's get these details about Pakistan and its nefarious designs. What has Pakistan done of late? Now, there has been this brazen call for holy war, and I am again not making this up. Holy war is the exact term that has been used by Pakistan, because this is a terror state that does not take a step back from even wanting to ensure that it says the right thing. It doesn't do that at all. So brazen call for holy war is just one of the aspects. This brings us to our next important detail. You remember this man? Now, he is the deep state, the GHQ Rawalpindi, the ISI there, the army chief. He's a jihadi general. Everyone has called him that. And he has been honored. He's the same man who was putting out venom against India. We all know the kind of utterances. And he even self-rewards himself. Terror speeches go completely unchecked when it comes to Pakistan, because that is their only currency. Anti-India venom, almost every time. That is how and why Pakistan exists. This brings us to our next important detail. What we just heard Lieutenant General also speaking about, 14 crore for the martyrs of mayhem. You might think again this is a joke, but when it comes to Pakistan, nothing is a joke. The joke is on the world, the same world that believes that it can use Pakistan to satisfy its own interests. But remember when India during Operation Sindoor struck the targets in Bahawalpur, in Muridke, you had the Pak government saying, we are giving you money, rebuild those camps. 14 crore, that is what Pakistan does with the money that it says it needs for development, for its own people. And then again, these three individuals on your screen, right from a Shahbaz Sharif to an Erdogan to a Xi Jinping, this is that new axis. You have China, Pakistan and Turkey joining hands with these terror tanzeems. Is the world surprised? Is the world not aware? I would say absolutely not. They are aware. But then, how does Pakistan really live with this? How does Pakistan deal with this? And why do you have countries like the US, like Russia, like China not wanting to go beyond a condemnation? And this is where I want to get Lieutenant General back into this conversation. Now, General Saab, a lot of important details that we've discussed so far point just towards one little thing, that the world knows that there is evidence when it comes to Pakistan, but there is this new axis. When you have China, you have Pakistan, maybe Russia now, Turkey we all know. Why are these so-called superpowers and countries that again want to say we stand with India today, not wanting to act against Pakistan? What will they get?
Deepthi, we need to understand the global geopolitics in which Viksit Bharat and the economic rise of India in the last few years and its destination, going to its destination, is troubling everyone. Everyone. Because it upsets the apple cart of many in the future. Please look at what Pakistan is to China, Hezbollah is to Iran. China doesn't want to fight India, but it wants to weaken India. It wants to stymie its rise. So what's the best proxy through Pakistan? To give it, empower it, and to irk it to continue with its low-end proxy war. Look at US. I'm sure India's relevance is related to US interests in the Indo-Pacific and to China. Minute India rises further, US will be there to raise its eyebrows. It has no interest but self-interest. And if I was to point out one nation which has displayed greatest duplicity and unilateralism and fallacy in its geopolitics, I'm sure the world is seeing. I also want to highlight to your viewers, did the world not see when India targeted these 9 terror hubs and you saw a funeral of terrorists,
yes,
a state funeral attended by Pakistani military and Pakistani state police.
Oh, yes.
So, are they blind to see that that drama which has been played up as a real intent? And then on top of that, you're saying, here is Pakistan, who has been thrashed, beaten up for its acts of terrorism, is now going to fight global war on terrorism. I think it's a big, big joke. It's time that the world goes from dossiers to disruption of global war on terrorism. Disruption of Pakistan as a state, which is disturbing global peace, which is the epicenter of terrorism.
But how will we do this? So the obvious question is, how will we do this? But before that, I again want our viewers to understand some more details. And I'm just taking a cue from what we've just heard from General Saab about this, the hypocrisy. You know, how you see a lot of countries responding. And I want to begin by looking at the US. Because off late, remember, there has been this blaring conversation that US, part of the Western media, again has been wanting to peddle that it is the US, it is Donald Trump that, remember, has tried to mediate between India and Pakistan. It is the US that stopped the war, remember? Again and again, India has said nothing doing. It is only our doing that Pakistan came running to us. They wanted a ceasefire, so we did that. So when will Washington walk the talk? And when we talk of Washington, the man to ask questions is Donald Trump, who only believes in trade and tariffs, and perhaps not much in the fight against terror, unless that terror is directed at them. So doesn't claims of negotiation and mediation role that US has spoken of, we know the reality. So why has the US been doing this? Only to create a perception or a charade of the fact that it is fighting this good fight against terror? The answer, like they say, is blowing in the winds. Let's bring the next important detail of Washington and a lot of these strategic differences that you see. Remember, they equated India with terror exporting Pakistan. The very fact that you hyphenate India, which is a victim, which has borne the brunt of terror, with an exporter of terror, that is absolutely wrong. It is not done. This brings us to our third important point, silent on China's backing of the extremist Pakistan. No matter what they say, but we do know that Donald Trump only means business, money, trade, tariff, like I said. So he's happy stitching a deal with China when it comes to tariff, but not speaking about China literally pushing Pakistan and helping Pakistan. No push to also keep Pakistan in the FATF's grey list. May we ask why? Does the US not care? Or is this just India's fight? This brings us to our next important point, no block, absolutely no block on the IMF aid or on the UN perks that Pakistan gets. It keeps getting money, the same money that it wants to use to funnel terror and rebuild terror elements. But again, the world here does nothing. And why don't they do anything, Lieutenant General Ashok? Isn't that an important question also to ask? I mean, we've spoken about the hypocrisy of the US, the role of China, Russia, but then in this time, what should India be doing?
Absolutely, Deepthi. I think it's time for India to move from the erstwhile concept of doziers to disruption in Pakistan's war machinery, which aids and abets terrorism. And I think, to my mind, there are 5 pillars for the strategy which must garner global support. If not, today India is well prepared to fight its own wars with its own material and with its own terms and teach our adversary a lesson. But I think the larger strategy that we need to bring about in the global arena to bring in some sense in this madness which you are saying is, firstly, I think there is a need for a legal warfare, a UN resolution culminating into accountability of the global aid towards terrorism. You've seen whenever there is a global aid being given to Pakistan,
yes,
there is a spurt in terrorism.
Absolutely.
But there is no accountability. So there must be a strategy which seeks accountability and legality. My second point, which I say out of the 5 pillars, is a financial warfare, where we must bring into this aspect of IMF, ADA, and World Bank as such. Do we know that this money from the IMF, which goes to Pakistan, is given to contractors which have military-linked and pilferage takes place? There is money laundering there.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't there be a blockchain-style transparency and tracking system brought in? And instead of money, give them aid in terms of their needs as such.
Okay. I think we're also talking a lot of what India needs to do, but I think the world also together needs to walk the talk when it comes to walk the terror. Only for want of time, Lieutenant General Ashok, it's been a pleasure, sir, speaking to you. We look forward to connecting to you again because I'm sure we haven't heard the last word yet on that story. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. And let's now move on to also get you a quick round, just a quick round in a few seconds of what has been India's message to the world, the big global outreach.
It's not that we can't talk to Pakistan. I was joking the other day, we can speak all the languages they can speak. And we're very happy to dialogue with them in any of those languages. The problem is we will not dialogue with people who are pointing a gun at our heads. I mean, frankly, if your neighbor unleashes his Rottweilers to bite your children, and in fact to do worse to your children, and then says, let's talk, you think you're going to talk to him until he either unleashes those Rottweilers or locks them up in a kennel or puts them to sleep?
There were efforts, silent efforts or indirect efforts made from embassy of our counterpart, Pakistan, but they were not successful. And we received a very warm and good response from Malaysian government. We met the Speaker of Malaysia. And also we have put forward our agenda on how we...
So what is our parting shot tonight? What happens when the terror sponsor becomes the terror watchdog? That is the question you must think about. The global stage, remember, has just handed Pakistan the reins of counter-terror leadership. While India, that is the victim, is watching from the sidelines, but India is well aware of what it needs to do. Then you have China that is playing the puppet master. The US stays mute because it is talking of its own interest. So all these big powers, very big powers, who believe that they are big powers, will play big games. And then India's fight against terror, remember, is lonelier, but India, like Israel, will continue to fight this lonely fight. And this isn't just hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen, this is betrayal. So this is time for India to call it out loudly, globally, relentlessly, and there is a new doctrine in place. We'll continue to track that story. Thank you so much for watching. Good night. News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it. For every big news story.
You can't defend the indefensible, Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes in to NDTV.
We put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
For fast, clear, and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off in the
NDTV,
sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound
first.
like blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV, first,
from where
fast,
we have seen one incident
factual.
had taken place.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is religion of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Pakistan defeated Mission Sindoor on.
बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला है। उन्होंने बहुत स्पष्ट कहा कि हम आतंकवाद का विरोध करते हैं।
India's biggest anti-terror diplomacy.
Everyone had tried the level best to put forward India's case.
We communicated to them that Pakistan has been nurturing, promoting and nourishing terrorism.
As MP teams return from the mission.
जीरो टॉलरेंस अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म, ये जो मैसेज है ये पूरे दुनिया तक लेके जाए, अलग अलग देशों तक लेके जाए।
Every MP first on NDTV. NDTV first on every Sindoor frontline.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world,
एक बेबी 1 kg का हुआ था, एक बेबी 1.2 kg का हुआ था। 10 दिन तक वो शीशे में रहे, वेंटिलेटर पे थे दोनों, और वेंटिलेटर से उतरे, फिर उसके बाद घर ले जाया गया, फिर इन्फेक्शन हो गए दोनों को हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया, फिर एक बेबी एक्सपायर हो गया मेरा 1 मंथ का पूरा होके। कोई मदद नहीं चाहिए कि किसी का बच्चा वेंटिलेटर तक पहुंचे। मैम जिस दिन पता लगा था कि वो इस दुनिया में नहीं है, बस बोलने क्या बोले अब।
This isn't just Pooja's story. This isn't an isolated incident. This is a growing crisis. Studies globally and across India reveal an alarming link between rising temperatures and preterm deliveries. As temperatures soar and extreme heat days multiply due to climate change, expectant mothers in India face heightened risks of preterm labor, dehydration, heat stroke, and respiratory complications.
Meet Dolly Sharma, a 25-year-old who delivered her second child in her 7th month. She resides with her in-laws in Khadarpur, an urban village of Delhi. The family of 11 share a single-room home.
खून की कमी थी मुझे और कमजोरी बहुत महसूस होती थी। डिलीवरी के टाइम में ये अल्ट्रासाउंड करवाई थी तो मुझे डॉक्टर ने बताया था बच्चे का जो नाल होता है वो बच्चे की मूड़ी में 2-3 फंदे में थी, तो डिलीवरी के टाइम में थोड़ा दिक्कत हो गई थी। जब ब्लड चेक किया था ना तो जैसे ब्लड निकाला वैसे ही बाहर आकर मैं गिर गई थी, चक्कर से आके गिर गई थी। तो डॉक्टर यहाँ तक बोला था पानी की कमी है। उस समय क्या हुआ कि मैं डिलीवरी होने के बाद मैंने काफ़ी गरम दवा खाई वो, और घर पे उबला हुआ अंडे मिले, 4 अंडा मैंने डेली खाती थी। और बच्चे को वो जॉन्डिस हो गया था, पीलिया बोलते हैं ना, पीलिया सा हो गया था, लेटरिन बच्चे को नहीं होता था और बुखार सा होता था उसे, वो बिल्कुल पीला हो गया था, वो टॉयलेट पीला करता था, लेटरिन सफ़ेद करता था। तो फिर मैं उसे 20 दिन नहीं 18 दिन के बाद मैंने सफदरजंग इमरजेंसी में लेके गई थी। ICU में उसको 2 दिन रखा गया। तो फिर डॉक्टर ने बोला पानी पियो और दूध पियो, रात में प्रोटीन ये सब लिया करो। ORS का घोल भी बोला था पीने के लिए, पर बट मेरे को अच्छा नहीं लगता था वो ORS का घोल, क्योंकि बच्चे को पाने के लिए तो कुछ करना ही पड़ता है ना, तो पीना ही पड़ता था बच्चे को, डॉक्टर से बोलते थे तो पीते थे।
How heat affects pregnancy. Increased risks for pregnant women as their bodies work overtime to keep them and their fetus cool. They are more likely to become dehydrated and produce less sweat. Dangerous because sweating is a key mechanism for the body to cool itself. Those exposed to extreme heat during pregnancy show increased risk of developing high blood pressure and preeclampsia. Heat exposure during pregnancy significantly raises the risk of heart complications during labor and delivery.
A number of recent studies in India and in other parts of the world have shown that pregnant women are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of heat. And this is because their physiology changes during pregnancy. And if these are pregnant women are those who have to work outside or work in an environment where they're not able to take breaks, where they're not able to really, get away from that hot environment and allow their bodies to cool down, this then results in increasing complications of pregnancy like gestational diabetes and like high blood pressure, but also results in things like premature deliveries, small for date babies, low birth weight babies, and even increasing stillbirths. And because of global warming and the fact that more and more pregnant women around the world and in India will be exposed to high heat days, it's going to be very important for our healthcare providers, particularly our ASHAs, ANMs, nurses and doctors in primary healthcare settings and healthcare facilities across the country to be aware of this, to counsel pregnant women appropriately, to inform them about what the signs and symptoms are of heat exhaustion, heat stroke, and not wait for things to become very extreme.
Tulika has been working as an Asha Devi in Mangalpuri. She visits dozens of homes daily providing critical maternal support.
मैम पहली बात तो मैं इनको गर्मी ज़्यादा होता है तो यही सलाह देती हूँ जो आप कम से कम निकला करो, लेकिन सबके घर के हालात एक जैसे नहीं होते, बाहर निकलना कभी कभी किनको पड़ जाता है, वो लोग गर्मी में निकलते हैं। मैं उनको तो सलाह देती हूँ जो पीने का पानी आप साथ में लेके निकलें। इस टाइम में उल्टी दस्त ज़्यादा होते हैं और डिहाइड्रेशन हो जाता है, तो उनको यही सलाह देती हूँ पानी का तरल पदार्थ ज़्यादा यूज कर, नींबू पानी है, आप दही का इस्तेमाल करें, तरबूज है, मौसमी फल मिलता है, इन सब का इस्तेमाल आप ज़्यादा खाएं उनको।
In a recent analysis by US-based organization Climate Central, climate change accounted for nearly 1/3 of the average annual pregnancy heat risk days in India from 2020 to 2024. Over the past 5 years, climate change has at least doubled the average annual number of days that are dangerously hot for pregnant women.
How are these pregnancy heat risk days determined? They are documented when the maximum temperatures exceed 95% of historic local temperatures, a threshold strongly associated with increased preterm birth risks. These premature births can have lasting health impacts on the baby and significantly elevate the risk of post-birth maternal health complications.
We find that preterm births definitely have more respiratory symptoms. They have reduced lung volumes. They have a decline in the lung functions. And most important is the metabolic syndrome. There's higher prevalence of kidney diseases, hypertension in later life, and then diabetes. Diabetes, premature infants have gotten high risk of diabetes, type 1, type 2, because of the insulin resistance. And most important you have to note is the brain development. We do understand that the brain development continues more after 36 weeks of pregnancy. So that's the reason when the premature babies are born, before the third trimester is complete, they have the risk of neurological problems, higher risk of cerebral palsies, cognitive disabilities, sometimes seizures, then behavioral symptoms, autism, mood disorders, and intellectual disability. Heat has an effect. We have seen the incidence of dehydration is more in these women. And what do you actually advise the women when they're breastfeeding? We advise them to have more liquid diets, because more fluid intake will have better breastfeed to the baby. So, and the heat is affecting the nutrition of the mother, and that in turn actually leads to the lower breast milk production, and that can affect the baby's growth also.
Pregnant women face heightened dehydration risks due to water scarcity, exacerbating their already complex health challenges. When the water runs dry, report highlights, low-income areas face acute water scarcity in many cities. Poor water quality and unreliable supply compound health risks. Women and girls disproportionately bear the burden of water collection. Climate change worsens both water scarcity and quality, directly impacting maternal health and hygiene.
Beyond Delhi, rural India and other poor income group residential areas within our country and globally witness desperate battles for clean water almost every single day. As climate change depletes traditional water sources, pregnant women walk increasingly greater distances to collect water, compromising personal hygiene and dramatically increasing the risk of waterborne illnesses. This creates a vicious cycle that threatens both maternal health and fetal development.
As you know, like with the climate change, the access to water will be further a problematic issue. As we know, like climate change will bring more disease. So hence you will be having more waterborne disease also. And if you see the vulnerability cycles, the most vulnerable will be women, kids, and people with the old age. People will be forced to store the water for the longer times. People will be forced to actually bring the water from the far off places. And there's a huge difference between safe drinking water and water. And we all need to understand that. And it takes a lot to actually get the safe drinking water. Most of the research actually focuses and points out at the vector-borne disease more, like malaria and climate change, dengue and climate change, Zika and climate change, Nympha virus and climate change, etc., etc. There, out of 1,000 plus studies what we have meta-analyzed, we could just find 2 pathways in 2 studies which are in on this direction, where we have tried to explore the determinants of health, specifically on the water, hygiene, sanitation, and the climate change. So first thing first is more research is required, and we are trying to get that research in Uttarakhand with AIMS through our partnership.
We met Kajal, who lives in the capital's Khadarpur area. Throughout her pregnancy, she struggled to fetch water while battling the scorching sun, a daily challenge that took a severe toll.
गर्मी की वजह से बहुत दिक्कत आई, क्योंकि पहला पानी की बहुत ज़्यादा कमी थी, क्योंकि पानी गर्मियों में मोटर में चढ़ती नहीं थी, और मेरी प्रेगनेंसी का डेट जून का था, और क्या कहते हैं, लेकिन गर्मी के कारण मुझे इतनी दिक्कतें हुई। घर का काम, किचन में खड़ा होकर रोटी बनाना, सुबह शाम 3 टाइम खाना बनाना, और फिर मेरे को पानी यहाँ पे उठा के लाना पड़ता था घर पे, तो लोड पड़ता था। कपड़े, पहली बार छत नहीं है, तो दूसरे के छत पे मुझे कपड़ा सुखाने जाना पड़ता था गर्मी में। उसके चक्कर में इतनी दिक्कतें हुई मुझे गर्मी में, उसके कारण भी मेरी डिलीवरी जल्दी हो गई। मेरे दूसरे बेबी में मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब प्रॉब्लम हुई, उसकी ज़्यादा केयर करनी पड़ती है। उसको अभी जैसे 6 महीने तक तो उसे मैंने अपना दूध ही पिलाया है, फिर भी उसके वज़न में कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ा, और जैसे जैसे वो खाने लग गया तो खाता नहीं है। उसकी तबीयत बहुत ख़राब रहती है, बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब उसको कभी बुखार हो जाता है, कभी वॉमिटिंग, कभी उसको लूज़ मोशन हो जाता है, तो उस पर मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान पड़ता है।
So the preterm labor obviously meant low birth baby, and we can see, the issues Kajal faced not just during her pregnancy. Because of the low birth of the baby, she still has to take more care of the baby in spite of her extra workload because of the older child and the household chores.
एक तो सबसे बड़ी बात है कि द पेशेंट्स डू नॉट कम प्रॉपरली। जैसे उनका विजिट्स, एंटीनेटल विजिट्स हम 15 डेज़ में बुलाते हैं या वीकली बुलाते हैं। बिकॉज ऑफ हीट कुछ पेशेंट्स नहीं आ पाते हैं, तो उनका जो रूटीन चेकअप है वो नहीं हो पाता है, या उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशंस प्रॉपरली नहीं हो पाती हैं। तो वो भी एक फैक्टर है कि पेशेंट को पता ही नहीं चल पाता है, उसकी मेडिसिन बीच में रुक जाती हैं जब वो एंटीनेटल चेकअप के लिए नहीं आ पाएंगे। तो हीट कैन बी इनडायरेक्टली इफेक्टिव इन दैट वेज, वी कैन टेक इट। तो उस वजह से भी, या बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस हीट की वजह से होता है, प्रॉपर हाइड्रेशन नहीं हो पाता पेशेंट का, खाना पीना, भूख नहीं लगती है ज़्यादा हीट की वजह से, उन चीज़ों से भी बहुत इफेक्ट पड़ता है। पेशेंट का हीमोग्लोबिन लो हो जाता है, तो उसकी वजह से प्री टर्म डिलीवरीज कैन ऑकर बिकॉज ऑफ दैट स्ट्रेस, और बीमार रहना, बार बार इम्यूनिटी कम हो जाना पेशेंट की। तो दैट कैन गो टू दिस प्री टर्म, मतलब हमारा जो आउटकम रहता है डिलीवरी का, दैट कैन बी कि या तो बच्चा लो बर्थ वेट हो जाएगा, या प्री टर्म डिलीवरीज वी हैव सीन पेशेंट्स हियर।
Organizations are working to mitigate this emerging crisis. Plan International has developed specialized heat kits specifically designed to protect and prepare pregnant women for extreme heat conditions.
Let me start by drawing attention to the improvement that our country has shown both in the infant mortality rate and the maternal mortality rate over the last decade. And this improvement has happened due to the government investing significantly in the healthcare infrastructure, improved access to services, increased awareness among mothers through various programs like the Janani Suraksha Yojana, the Pradhan Mantri Matritva Yojana. So all these have led to very positive outcomes, and in fact data indicates that the IMR has declined from 39 to 27, the MMR has decreased from 130 to 93 per 100,000 births. And all this stands to be threatened by the heat, the extreme heat wave that often grips our country and different parts of the country. And research has indicated that mothers who are exposed to extreme heat during the pregnancy have a higher chance of preterm deliveries. And therefore what Plan is trying to do is to support, equip, enable mothers with information, with knowledge, with awareness, and with certain tools so that they are able to maintain and manage their body temperature in ways which are optimal for a healthy delivery and delivery of a healthy baby. And this is basically to ensure that we are able to achieve our SDG commitments and the improvement in maternal mortality. The Safe Motherhood program of the government is ensured, and heat wave does not act as a barrier to our ambitions.
Preeti is in her 6th month of pregnancy but still must work daily to support her family. She has been using the specialized heat kit since the beginning of her first trimester.
मेरे को प्लान इंडिया से किट मिली है। उसमें एक बोतल है, एक छाता है, 2 नाइटी हैं, 2 जेल हैं एलोवेरा के, एक पंखा है हवा करने के लिए, एक थर्मामीटर है जो रूम में लगाते हैं। चेकअप कराने जाती हूँ, मेरे को छाता मिला है। मैं घर में रहती हूँ, मेरे को नाइटी मिली है, मेरे को गर्मी में अच्छा लगता है पहनना। और बोतल मिली है, मैं बोतल में पानी भर के लेके जाती हूँ, बोतल में पानी पीती हूँ। इस किट के होने से मेरे को अच्छा लग रहा है। मैं बाहर जाती हूँ, मेरे को सुविधा मिल रही है। पहले मेरे लिए कुछ नहीं था ऐसा, मेरे पास पैसे भी नहीं थे इतने जो मैं ये सब चीज़ें खरीद सकती थी। प्लान इंडिया की तरफ से मेरे को ये सब चीज़ें मिली है।
So these kits are specifically designed to address the problems and for the expectant women to stay safe during the heat waves. They include breathable cotton gowns, room thermometers, cold packs, umbrellas, handheld fans, hydrating bottles, ORS sachets, and very illustrated guides to understand the do's and don'ts and to identify the danger signs and warning signs so as to get clinical support early on. So the loose cotton maternity gowns are made up of breathable fabrics which allows the airflow and helps the women cool during the extreme summers. We have also included aloe gel which soothes the skin, especially the skins when they are irritant. The umbrellas are provided so that the women can use this when she steps out in direct sunlight, especially when she's going for ANC checkups to the doctors. The room temperature can be measured by the thermometer that is provided, and the families are then better equipped to handle the movement during the highest afternoon period specifically. So we've seen that the women have benefited a lot from these interventions. In the first year, Plan India will implement this intervention in heat-stressed villages and communities to address 5,000 pregnant women, directly benefiting them and keeping them safe from the heat wave. Our focus will be on refining the health kit and increasing the usability of this kit.
The Yale Program on Climate Change Communication and Sibota released the climate change in the Indian Mind 2023 report, a comprehensive national survey examining Indian adults' awareness, attitudes, and vulnerability to climate change. Climate change and hygiene in India. 85% of Indians express serious concern about droughts and water shortages. 80% of India's population lives in districts highly vulnerable to extreme weather events. Climate change significantly exacerbates water scarcity, directly impacting hygiene and health. Key challenges: unreliable and poor quality water supplies in vulnerable communities. Water scarcity directly affects health, hygiene, education and livelihoods. Projected impact: over 1 billion people across Asia may face critical water shortages by the 2050s, with India particularly vulnerable.
The Yale study confirms what many already sense. The impacts of a changing climate are not distant threats, but present realities. As India confronts rising temperatures, the surge in preterm births, low birth weights, and maternal complications, represents more than just statistics. They are threats to our next generation. The time for action is now, because every mother deserves safety and every child deserves a healthy start.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Namaskar, India. India's Gaganyatri ready to go to space.
As Indian astronaut preps for launch, countdown to Indian history in space. A nation waits with breath held.
Now take a breath and hold.
Our man in an astronaut squad. First step to India's own Gaganyaan. NDTV steps into historic orbit. Naya Bharat to infinity and beyond.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9.
India's cosmic leap.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information.
Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes
mostly
in
terms of
to
the information
NDTV.
we put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
For
not only
fast,
reporting what's
clear
happening
and
authentically,
credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off in the
NDTV,
sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound like
first.
blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV, first, fast, factual.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is religion of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Pakistan defeated Mission Sindoor on.
बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला है। उन्होंने बहुत स्पष्ट कहा कि हम आतंकवाद का विरोध करते हैं।
India's biggest anti-terror diplomacy.
Everyone had tried the level best to put forward India's case.
We communicated to them that Pakistan has been nurturing, promoting and nourishing terrorism.
As MP teams return from the mission.
जीरो टॉलरेंस अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म, ये जो मैसेज है ये पूरे दुनिया तक लेके जाए, अलग अलग देशों तक लेके जाए.
Every MP first on NDTV. NDTV first on every Sindoor frontline.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability.
The Donald Trump-Elon Musk face-off is now out in the open as Donald Trump says that Musk has Trump derangement syndrome. Elon Musk hits back saying that Donald Trump hoodwinked him in the bill regarding spending that is set to be at a sky-high level. Latest in the Bengaluru Stampede case, Chief Minister suspends top police officials. One-man Justice Commission has been formed. In the Bengaluru Stampede case, CID probe has been ordered and RCB as well as Karnataka cricket body has been booked. Kamal Hassan says nomination filing for Rajya Sabha elections. He's set to file nominations on the 6th. DMK has nominated Kamal Hassan for the Rajya Sabha seat. It's Tharoor versus Tharoor at the Council on Foreign Relations. In fact, Shashi Tharoor's son questions him on Pakistani terror. Shashi Tharoor responds with a quick jibe. Watching NDTV, I'm Gauri Dwivedi. The top story that we're tracking on the show, Donald Trump, Elon Musk breakup has been out now in public, and in fact the spat is public and it is getting ugly. Donald Trump has spoken on relations with Elon Musk, said he had a great relationship, but he doesn't know as to what it will be going forward. He also went on to hit at Elon Musk, saying that he actually has Trump derangement syndrome. This comes just after Elon Musk criticized Donald Trump's big beautiful bill, which is expected to increase overall spending in the US at a time, well, when Elon Musk's Doge was entrusted with the task of cutting and ensuring spending cuts are brought about in the US and bureaucracy is trimmed. So there is an ugly spat between President Trump and Elon Musk, who till about 48 hours back was working with him with a common agenda. What went wrong? What all happened? And what is likely to be the future course of action? I'm going to get in my colleague Vishal, but before that I want to play out this soundbite of Donald Trump on a breakup that is getting public and very ugly.
Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
All right, the spat is getting ugly because of that big, beautiful bill. And let's get in Vishal Vivek to talk more on this. Vishal, you've been covering every aspect of this very interesting turn of events that have taken place in the last 48 hours, isn't it? But neither of the two men hold back when it comes to airing their sentiments, isn't it?
Well, Gauri, it's no secret now that both Trump and Musk are fighting in public now. Just now, Elon Musk has tweeted saying that if it were not for him, Trump would have lost the election altogether and he would not have majority in both the houses and so on and so forth. And there are several reasons behind this public spat. The first one, as you mentioned, is the big, beautiful bill that Trump has been trying to push through. Reason behind that is the fact that the big EV tax credit that they get, the consumers of Tesla, that will be removed by this big, beautiful bill, which could give a headwind of up to $1.2 billion to Tesla. That is one of the main reasons why Musk could be, in bad books of Trump. And also the fact that Musk's top nominee for NASA, Jared Isaacman, who has a huge following in the space community, was suddenly removed from the post, from the nomination. So these two could be one of the biggest reasons behind this public spat. They have not officially commented on that, but many experts have been saying that there are many reasons, such as, Musk is also vying for that FAA license that has gone to Verizon. It wants Starlink to have that. There were many conflict of interest reports. So there are various reasons, various layers to this. But the big, beautiful bill is the main pain point behind this, Trump-Musk spat.
All right. As we speak, the Tesla stock has actually fallen upwards of 8%. As this bromance ended, that public spat is likely to have an impact on Tesla companies and, of course, on how Trump now views Elon Musk's companies. Appreciate you joining us, Vishal, on that story. Karnataka government on Thursday took strong action against the police officials allegedly responsible for the Bengaluru Stampede, suspending several high-ranking officials, including police commissioner. Addressing a press conference, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also announced a one-man commission to probe into the lapses that triggered the deadly stampede. The latest update is that Seemant Kumar Singh has now been appointed as the new police commissioner of Bengaluru. Let's play out some of those important sound bites, but first up of the Chief Minister.
The Cabinet has taken a decision to suspend Deputy Commissioner of Police, Assistant Commissioner of Police and CPI, and Additional Commissioner of Police and Additional Commissioner of Police, and who is in charge of the stadium, and Commissioner of Police of Bangalore City.
In the stampede, 13-year-old Divanshi lost her life, and her father said to NDTV that the daughters had banged on the barricade and no first aid was available, and it was a complete mess. The father of the victim also asked that why was it that the entire event couldn't have been planned better, and the failure of the system that costed his daughter's life. Let's play out that interview.
My wife only did the CPR. In the spot only almost 90% she was injured. We waited in the police station for 4 hours to file the FIR. At 3 o'clock they entered into the Chinnaswamy stadium. Those fellows, they have announced that to enter to the stadium very quickly, and in the 15th gate everybody was pushed. My daughter's headache went to hit by this iron, and she fall backside. Then everybody.
She got injured at that time. Then
injured already in the spot only almost 90% she was injured. And my wife and my sister-in-law, they tried to take them to hospital. There only she died, sir.
How was the facility over there? I mean,
sir, facilities was not at all good, sir. Even there is no cops, and in the boring hospital, that is even they don't have to give oxygen mask. They don't have. This one plug also, 3D plug. My wife only did the CPR.
How did you took her to the hospital, sir?
My wife she taken to cab only. During that time, lot of crowd was there. Jammers was there. Mobile is no signal. There is no ambulance facility. My wife asked so many police cops. They didn't help. She only taken her, sir, to hospital and all.
Management was not good, but after the injury also you didn't got the support from the system?
No support, sir. No support. We waited in the police station for 4 hours to file the FIR. Who will wait, sir, 4 hours during the situation? Nothing planned, sir. They didn't plan anything.
One appeal that you want to...
They will have bandwidth. How many people are coming? They need to forecast how many people are coming. Correct? Without forecast, how we will arrange all these things? So, what is the stadium capacity? What is the forecast? They have to do the forecast, and based on that, they have to arrange cops and city police or anything. At least ambulances, medical facilities. First aid, at least first aid also. If 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs people are gathering, means it is a sports one. If it is political one, they will do like that. They will not do, sir.
Also hearing that
Political meeting, they will arrange biryani, everything they will arrange.
Divyanshi's father made a very valid point that for a political meeting there will be all arrangements, but when it comes to the common man, no arrangements were made by the government. I want to now play out this conversation that my colleague Haripriya had with the eyewitnesses who tell the first-person account of how the tragedy unfolded. Listen in.
ಜನ ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ ರೀ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 4:30 ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ 4:30 ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕ್ರೌಡು 20% ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಒಳಗಡೆ 80% ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಗೇಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ 50 ಜನ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ 50 ಜನದಲ್ಲಿ 20 ಜನ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬೀಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ತುಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಜನ ಇವಾಗ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಹೆಂಗಂತಂದರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಂದನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು 10% ಇವಾಗ ಸಾವು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಇನ್ನ ಒಂದು 10% ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ
ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇನ್ನ ಸರಿ ಇರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ
ಹೌದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ
ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ತರ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ತರ ಫ್ರೀ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ
ಈ ತರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ
ಈ ತರ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು.
This is Manoj, who was there at the Chinnaswamy, outside the Chinnaswamy stadium yesterday, wanting to watch the celebrations. What he says that the crowd was immense there. The gate was being opened for a minute and then 50 people were rushing in, wherein many of them were just falling and people were just not aware of what is happening. They were stepping over each other, and he says that the management could have been better. The police failed to control what was happening because of the magnitude of it, and he said that if there was better management and if they knew better of the kind of arrangements that have been made, they would have never made it out. And some of his friends also had some small injuries happening to them. Brother-in-law अभी वो कैसे है, उनका क्या कंडीशन है और क्या हुआ उनके साथ कल?
नहीं एक्चुअली वो गए थे वहाँ पे सब मिल के सब उन लोग फ्रेंड लोग के साथ में गए थे बट वहाँ पे कंट्रोल चूक गया पुलिस वगैरह सब थे उसके बावजूद भी कंट्रोल चूकने के बाद ये हादसा हुआ उतना कुछ मेजर ये नहीं है माइनर इशू है थोड़ा ठीक हो जाएंगे ऑलरेडी आज डिस्चार्ज भी हो जाएंगे जो भी है रिकवर भी हो चुके हैं वो वहाँ पे अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो नहीं होना था वो हो गया बस उतना ही कंट्रोल नहीं हुआ ना वो हिसाब से हुआ है और कुछ हाँ थोड़ी बहुत लगी है बस उतना ही.
All right, let me now play out this exclusive interview that my colleague Veera Raghav had with the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar on the Bengaluru Stampede, where he says that he doesn't want to blame anyone, he doesn't want to politicize issue, but is he giving the answers that the victims and their families need? We played out one of such an interview, they demanding answers. D.K. Shivkumar and the government doesn't have enough of those answers. What are they really saying? This conversation tells you.
Joining me now is Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, who sent out an extremely emotional message in the morning. It must be a difficult time for you, given that there was so much joy. It was all organized in eagerness, and then it all turned into a tragedy.
See, I can't express the pain what I'm suffering. We never expected this would happen. But the entire state was watching this event. We are very sorry. I don't want to find fault with some others or politicalize this issue, what BJP and JDS is doing. But we have to rectify what has went wrong. It is our bound duty. At the same time, the family is our family. All of them, they are part of our family. We are very much disturbed on this issue. We will join with them on all occasions on this grief. So some court issue is already going on. Let me reply to speak to you later. I have a cabinet meeting on this issue and other issues are there. We have cancelled all our programs. The pain is, I can't express the pain what we are suffering.
You're right that there's a cabinet meet and a court, and I don't want to push too much. As you've said, you'll speak after the hearing. The only question that was asked, sir, is why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry, or was it the organizers?
I don't want to blame anyone or make anyone accountable to this. I have to see, BJP has asked so many questions. we will not run away. We will reply to them. See, when RCB has come out with some statement on this occasion, you should know that even the police commissioner has denied that we have not permitted. All these things I can't do a judge job. What they did has done a mistake is different. But for me, the lives of the people, of the emotional youngsters, are very much important. I'm looking at that.
That's a very important point. Ask it by my colleague also here.
Sir, are you planning to issue some guidelines so that this could be prevented in future?
No, of course, I will come let this cool down for Bangalore to solve this type of issues. I will have a strategy. I will discuss with all of you also. Definitely, I'll come out with a plan of action.
Thank you so much. That's DK Shivkumar. He's rushing in for a cabinet meet, speaking to us here at NDTV exclusively.
All right, so what really happened at Chinnaswamy Stadium? There have been questions to the BCCI as well. Karnataka State Cricket Association is also in the dock. So what really happened? What are the lessons that need to be learned? And where does the buck really stop? BCCI Secretary spoke to my colleague Ratnadeep in terms of what can be done, how celebrations should be done whenever there's a tournament win like this. This is exactly what all he said and the lessons that are to be learned. This interview and this conversation tells you more on that. Listen in.
Because IPL draws so much of crowd every match. Are you also taking some lessons out of this unfortunate incident and improving the long-laid SOP that you're talking about that BCCI already has?
When we plan IPL matches or any other bilateral or ICC events in the country, there is a proper guideline and proper protocol in place already. Only thing is that which is troubling us from yesterday is that once the trophy is given to the winners team and the winners team leaves the stadium, it is their own personal responsibility. It is after all a franchisee. It is not a state team, not an Indian team. Had it been an Indian team or a state team, the state association would have been responsible. As it is a franchisee cricket and franchisee organization, so it is their private affair how they celebrate, when they celebrate. We do not have any control, and the present protocol also requires that there should not be any intimation to BCCI also. We must have some guidelines or some advisories to the winning teams or with all the franchises also. We may have to think about that, but till now nothing has concretized. But this has been an eye-opener for us. This incident has taught lessons not only to the authorities in Karnataka or the franchisee, but also BCCI will take some lesson from this incident so that we frame some policies, some guidelines, some advices in future time so that celebrations should also be done through a structured way, through a guided principle.
All right, a quick break. We return with more stories on the other side. Stay with us.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV. Shifting focus now to the all-party parliamentary delegation led by Shashi Tharoor on Thursday. that had an excellent meeting with the United States Vice President J.D. Vance in Washington, D.C., where the meeting was about briefing him on Operation Sindoor and the terror threats that India has been facing, as well as the regional security apparatus and concerns regarding India and the entire region. Excellent meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance today in Washington, D.C. with our delegation. That's what Shashi Tharoor put out. He also said that there was a comprehensive discussion covering a wide array of critical issues, from counter-terrorism efforts to enhancing technological cooperation, a truly constructive and productive exchange for strengthening the India-US strategic partnership with a great meeting of minds. That's what Shashi Tharoor put out in a post on X after the meeting. Listen in.
It was an excellent meeting. I'm very pleased that the Vice President was so warm and welcoming and receptive. He talked fondly of his visit to India and his family. And of course, he also expressed complete understanding. First of all, outrage at what happened in Pahalgam, and support and respect for India's restrained response in Operation Sindoor, and the fact that India had every right to do what it did. All of that was very clear. We got across a few more messages that I'm not really at liberty to talk about very, very clearly to the Vice President. And in turn, we got a tremendously positive energy from him about future collaboration, areas like AI were top of his mind, a lot of things that we can do together.
In fact, at the press conference in New York, Shashi Tharoor also made it clear at the outset that the person questioning him was his son, Ishan Tharoor, and the banter saw the father-son exchange a quick word where he said that this shouldn't be allowed.
Yep, stand up. That shouldn't be allowed. This is my son.
All right, away from Washington, D.C. to a shocker of a story coming in from Bihar's Sitamarhi, where on the charge of merely stealing toffee, a grocery shopkeeper first stripped 5 children naked and then tied them to each other with a rope and paraded them in the market. Not only this, the shopkeeper also smeared the faces of these children with saliva. The video is going viral on social media. Local people are demanding action against the shopkeeper, but the police have not taken any action because no complaint has been lodged so far in this matter. Children stealing toffee, and this is what they are subjected to. All right, turning attention now to a very important story. E-commerce giants may be in for trouble as the government is planning to sue some of them over non-certified products being sold over their platforms. As per highly placed sources, top names in the e-commerce sector, which is Flipkart, Amazon, Flipkart actually, Walmart, Amazon, Big Basket, Myntra may all face government action. What could that be? The specific charges against them, my colleague Sesa Sen has all those details. All right, shifting focus now to pop star Britney Spears, who's back in the news, this time for collaborating with the French fashion brand Balenciaga. The label is launching a capsule summer collection dedicated to the famous singer. What's that collection all about, and why is it that you should be looking out for that? My colleague Mayank has all the answers in this report.
She did it again. She played with her heart and now is back to play with her wardrobe. Pop princess Britney Spears has collaborated with fashion schoolist brand Balenciaga, and they're all set to drop a surprise capsule collection this summer. Balenciaga's current creative director, Demna Gvasalia, who had recently announced that he will be soon leaving the French fashion house, has decided to treat his fans with this cool collab as he departs. Britney has ruled the music charts in the early 2000s with her catchy tunes and provocative style, and still remains as one of pop culture's biggest icon and influence. I mean, who can forget her dancing at the MTV VMAs with a yellow snake, to sizzling our screens in a red latex bodysuit? Britney has often made headlines with her bold fashion choices. After her controversial and highly public conservatorship courtroom drama, she's ready to make a comeback, at least in fashion for now. But no matter what she does, her loyal fan base are here for it, screaming, "Give me more." Balenciaga, often known for its quirky and over-the-top street-style clothing, understands her star power and is making the best of it. In past, the French fashion giant has partnered with Kim Kardashian to Cardi B in their campaigns and runway shows. Selling garbage bags to sock-like shoes, Balenciaga has turned throwaway things to luxury items. From cool graphic tees to caps and even a flag, Britney and Balenciaga are once again making simple yet trendy pieces, reminding us all of the casual chic era of the early 2000s.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Delighted to join my fellow foreign ministers from Central Asia this evening at the India Central Asia Business Council. In an uncertain world, the three broad objectives for our economic partnership are to deepen existing cooperation, diversify our trade basket and introduce sustainability and predictability in our economic interactions. Urge the Business Council to recommend a roadmap for further deepening of India-Central Asia ties in trade, economic and investment.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever.
The Donald Trump-Elon Musk face-off is now out in the open as Donald Trump says that Musk has Trump derangement syndrome. Elon Musk hits back saying that Donald Trump hoodwinked him in the bill regarding spending that is set to be at a sky-high level. Latest in the Bengaluru Stampede case, Chief Minister suspends top police officials. One-man justice commission has been formed. In the Bengaluru Stampede case, CID probe has been ordered and RCB as well as Karnataka cricket body has been booked. Kamal Hassan says nomination filing for Rajya Sabha elections. He's set to file nominations on the 6th. DMK has nominated Kamal Hassan for the Rajya Sabha seat. It's Tharoor versus Tharoor at the Council on Foreign Relations. In fact, Shashi Tharoor's son questions him on Pakistani terror. Shashi Tharoor responds with a quick jibe. Watching NDTV, I'm Gauri Dwivedi. The top story that we're tracking on the show, Donald Trump, Elon Musk breakup has been out now in public. And in fact, the spat is public and it is getting ugly. Donald Trump has spoken on relations with Elon Musk, said he had a great relationship, but he doesn't know as to what it will be going forward. He also went on to hit at Elon Musk, saying that he actually has Trump derangement syndrome. This comes just after Elon Musk criticized Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, which is expected to increase overall spending in the US at a time, well, when Elon Musk's Doge was entrusted with the task of cutting and ensuring spending cuts are brought about in the US and bureaucracy is trimmed. So there is an ugly spat between President Trump and Elon Musk, who till about 48 hours back was working with him with a common agenda. What went wrong? What all happened? And what is likely to be the future course of action? I'm going to get in my colleague Vishal, but before that, I want to play out this soundbite of Donald Trump on a breakup that is getting public and very ugly.
Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
All right, the spat is getting ugly because of that big, beautiful bill. And let's get in Vishal Vivek to talk more on this. Vishal, you've been covering every aspect of this very interesting turn of events that have taken place in the last 48 hours, isn't it? But neither of the two men hold back when it comes to airing their sentiments, isn't it?
Well, Gauri, it's no secret now that both Trump and Musk are fighting in public now. Just now, Elon Musk has tweeted saying that if it were not for him, Trump would have lost the election altogether and he would not have majority in both the houses and so on and so forth. And there are several reasons behind this public spat. The first one, as you mentioned, is the big, beautiful bill that Trump has been trying to push through. Reason behind that is the fact that the big EV tax credit that they get, the consumers of Tesla, that will be removed by this big, beautiful bill, which could give a headwind of up to $1.2 billion to Tesla. That is one of the main reasons why Musk could be, in bad books of Trump. And also the fact that Musk's top nominee for NASA, Jared Isaacman, who has a huge following in the space community, was suddenly removed from the post, from the nomination. So these two could be one of the biggest reasons behind this public spat. They have not officially commented on that, but many experts have been saying that there are many reasons, such as, Musk is also vying for that FAA license that has gone to Verizon. It wants Starlink to have that. There were many conflict of interest reports. So there are various reasons, various layers to this. But the big, beautiful bill is the main pain point behind this, Trump-Musk spat.
All right. As we speak, the Tesla stock has actually fallen upwards of 8%. As this bromance ended, that public spat is likely to have an impact on Tesla companies and, of course, on how Trump now views Elon Musk's companies. Appreciate you joining us, Vishal, on that story. Karnataka government on Thursday took strong action against the police officials allegedly responsible for the Bengaluru Stampede, suspending several high-ranking officials, including Police Commissioner. Addressing a press conference, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also announced a one-man commission to probe into the lapses that triggered the deadly stampede. The latest update is that Simant Kumar Singh has now been appointed as the new Police Commissioner of Bengaluru. Let's play out some of those important sound bites, but first up, of the Chief Minister.
The Cabinet has taken a decision